Megan Fox.
And Megan Fox has the story.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox writes at PJ Media.
Eat shit, Tucker.
And that was your last.
God damn it, Nick. I cried for 2 days.
Megan, thank you very much for that.
Oh, I can explain the bed thing. A nest in one of my penthouses, and I had to pry a steak. It's like Jesus going to the temple. He's like, I got a whip. Get out! Get out!
I would have thrown them all off the balcony.
Megan Fox.
She's the devil. And honestly, Megan, if you don't like it, I'm sorry.
There's something about the way that you say my name. Make me forget everything when you call
Megan.
Megan.
Megan Fox.
Megan.
Megan.
Megan Fox.
I've been very nice to you, although I could probably maybe not be based on the way you have treated me, but I wouldn't do that.
You've never met a bitch like me. You want to tangle? You want to go? Holy shit. Holy shit.
Too much cussing on this. I guess we didn't bleep it, so we got to turn it off. But
You pissed off the wrong woman.
oh my God, I have been assaulted. What are you gonna do when Megan Fox runs wild on you, brother?
She's the devil.
Not for publication. Megan Fox.
And Megan Fox has the story.
I'm Megan.
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 Megan Fox.
Thank
you. Cheers.
Well, look, bitch, you're not serious either. You didn't even do the paperwork in time.
Oh my God. It's happening. He's here.
That was one hell of an intro.
I know it's really, really long, but it gives me the chance to post links and stuff. And I knew the best part about having you here, Nick, is that I can make you watch whatever I want to now.
Well, listen, Megan.
Your oppositional defiance disorder has no power here.
Oh, don't test me.
It would be so bad if you just disappeared right now. Leave stream.
I have 2 tiers of jokes. I have good stream Megan Fox jokes, and then I have this stream needs something extra Megan Fox jokes. And you just tip the needle that way just a little bit.
Dang it. Oh, it's wonderful to have so many wonderful clips of you, though, to use on my show. I have a lot of fun doing that.
I wish I knew how to get all these clips. I'm so bad at that.
Patience and a lot of time. I'll tell you what. So anyway, I'm Megan Fox, by the way, if you're new here because you watch Nick, and the only reason why you're here is because Nick's here. And I get it. I understand. But I'm Megan Fox. I write with pjmedia.com, which is conservative news. I've been working there for about 10 years now. I'm an investigative journalist, a broadcaster, an author, and a medium smart journalist, as Nick's chat has pointed out on multiple occasions, which I will take. I will take it all day long.
She's of middling quality.
And joining me is Nick Rekieta. If you are not familiar with him, he's an attorney with a small law firm in Minnesota, which is not in a strip mall. Last I heard, it's in his out of his house.
It's even worse. It's in my basement.
But it's a pretty nice basement.
It's a nice basement. It's also it's a nice setup because once you have someone in your basement, it's your choice on if they leave or not. Just ask John Wayne Gacy.
87 Sparky, thanks for the super chat, says, oh, wow, he's on time. Wow. He was not only on time, he was 1 minute early. I mean, I hate to destroy your reputation.
It's okay. It's okay. It's being shredded ever since I started eating cookies on stream.
I heard it had something to do with zippers, but that's
well, that that story does exist. It's the most terrifying moment of my recent life. And
look, this could have been solved very, very easily, Nick. And the solution to your problem is to not buy funderwear that have zippers in them.
I didn't pick it out.
No, your wife did not pick that out. Was she just trying for a laugh fest?
Oh, do you know how much she bought? So much.
Is this what happens when you make it online? You buy ridiculous things?
No, Megan. What happens when you make it online as a streamer is you get lots of pussy.
What is that?
I don't know. Someone sent me a box of pussy energy drinks. What? I don't know. Okay. I don't know what they taste like. I don't know. I don't think they taste like the name. It says passion fruit and lychee flavored. I don't know. They sent it.
Lychee flavored. All right, regional
I don't even know what
range. I have to joke shame you. If I hear this joke one more time, and by the way, if you're going to do this joke, can you spell my name right? There's no H in it, okay? That's for spoiled royal princesses who like to complain about their lives. It is the H name.
You know, it's not the Megan Fox, but that they were looking for, but it is the Megan Fox that they're happy they found.
And it is the Megan Fox they need, by the way.
Exactly.
The other one, you know, she's weird and she has toe thumbs and she drinks blood and stuff. And that's just weird. You will not find any of that degeneracy here.
I'm glad the internet pointed out her toe thumbs to me because I didn't even know she had thumbs. I wasn't aware. But it turns out it's true.
And they're super weird. So by the way, can we just have a short discussion about locals?
I am at your mercy and service. We can have a discussion about whatever you want.
Well, because locals is becoming my favorite place to be. I know you're on locals. You've got a thriving locals community there with your degenerates in the chat who are hilarious and also terrible. But I love you all. But no, locals is great. I have been finding, I can't even believe that they contacted me, Nick, like just to say, hey, your channel seems to be going really well. How can we help you? Let's set up a call. Wow. I'm blown away by that. Like a social media company that cares about its creators. What the fuck is this?
Oh, dude, that was one of the things that got me right away with locals because I had been on Patreon for years and I had a pretty good Patreon for a while. Like it was like I think I had $2,200 a month coming in on Patreon, which was, it's not like anywhere near their like top creators, but it's in this nice, like higher tier of you're not the bottom 98% of creators, which is, you know, like social media works in this weird way where like 98% of people make no money. And then the next 1% make some money. And then the top 1% make a fortune. Mm-hmm. And I was in that first 1%, like not making a fortune, but doing really well. Mm-hmm. And I couldn't get anybody to help with anything ever for years. Like I have this relatively strong Patreon. So then I just kind of stopped focusing on it and didn't try to grow it at all. Cause I thought, well, I'm not getting any support. No one will talk to me about anything. So screw it.
I'm a loser, baby.
And so then like locals contacts me and they're like, hey, we want you to come to our platform. I'm like, the hell is this? There's a person. This isn't just a form email. I'm like, I've got a person talking to me. And then, you know, I talk to them about things that they do. And they're like, yeah, we think we can grow your platform. We can grow your audience. And I'm like, okay. well, let's try it. And they've been phenomenal ever since. And yeah, I got to talk to the CEO while I was down in Miami, and the stuff they have coming is great. And their whole focus is on us. It's
incredible. I've never
Yeah.
seen anything like it. And also, I just want to tell you, those of you watching on Rumble, if you have not joined Locals for me or Nick, all you have to do is hit that red join button, because Rumble bought Locals. So they're the same company now, or owned by the same people or whatever, I guess. And they have a nice little button there you can just hit, and you can sign right up, and you should. You can follow for free. You get all the notifications. They don't hide them from you like YouTube does. And if you sign up on a membership, you get all kinds of exclusive cool stuff. Like Nick does singing streams, which are, no joke, terrible. No, I'm just kidding. They're really good. Really good.
I haven't been able to do them because my voice has been destroyed, but it's
Yeah,
getting better.
you sounded terrible last week. I was like worried you were gonna. I'm like, Nick, you can't lose your voice. What's going on here? Were you sick? Like, what happened there?
No, I just woke up one morning and my voice sounded like that. I was healthy. I think, oh, well, relative levels of health. I don't recall being sick in any way.
Weird.
Yeah, it was
So
just
weird.
I don't know. It was right after Miami, so it's possible. I did go on Tuesday night to an extremely loud bar, like exceedingly
Oh, you were probably talking loud to be heard. I hate that.
talking loud. I was screaming just to get drinks.
Well, there it is. You out screamed yourself. That's what you did.
Yeah.
That's what happened. But definitely, guys, check out Locals. Check out Nick on Locals too. He's your Rekieta Law at locals.com. Is that right?
Yep.
Or rekietalaw.locals.com. I said that wrong.
Right.
And I'm meganfox.locals.com. And I'm super cheap, Nick. Do you know how cheap I am?
$3.
It's insane. And it's only lasting for the rest of this month, by the way. If you get in now, you can get an entire year for $3 a month using promo code PANTS. You get a free month. And because I'm raising money for all those new pants I need, because I lost like 25, 30 pounds.
Nice.
And we've been doing movie nights. People love it. We're watching Casey Anthony, which is what brings us to our topic today. We're watching Casey Anthony's ridiculous documentary on Peacock together through Locals. My local subs and I were on episode 2. We're going to episode 3 now. We did the last one last night. It was hilarious and stupid, which is why we started asking these questions like, what the hell happened in the Casey Anthony trial? Why did that jury come back with a not guilty? I have to know. And you know what, Nick? I didn't watch the trial when it was on. Did you?
No, I think I might have. I was sitting at a Chinese restaurant during some testimony at one point, but no, it was like on the big TV, and I was like, who the fuck watches trials on TV? No joke.
No kidding. You would then make a career out of it.
I was at my favorite Minnesota Chinese restaurant. It's called Tak Shing. It's in Lakeville, Minnesota. It's owned by a family of wonderful people who've been feeding me and my family for decades, and I love them very much. I was sitting in their restaurant. It was a lunch buffet. I was with Lady Rackets. I don't think I had. This is well before YouTube, right? Casey Anthony. When was this?
Yeah,
trial?
it was. Well, they claim that it was the first trial that was really followed by social media. So what would they be, like 2005, maybe? I don't know. I should look it up.
2013. No,
Oh, later than that.
2011.
2011.
I
Okay.
think is when this was.
9 years ago. Yeah. Whenever that was. I can't do math in my head.
Yeah, so that was well before I was on YouTube. Yeah, I was just sitting there. We were sitting there. I was like, huh, okay. Yeah, May to July 2011 was the trial. And I'm just sitting there pounding dumplings and fried rice. Oh god.
You would eventually become super famous just sitting around and watching trials. It's hard to imagine. Did you follow it at all? Were you aware of the case, or it was just simply like
I wasn't even like in law school or anything yet. Let's see, 2011. No, I was about to go to law school, I think. When did I think I started law school that fall, if I remember right. So no, I didn't care. I didn't care about anything like that. I was just a humble between jobs or between careers. You know, I wasn't even a grifter or anything. It was such a simpler time. I had a couple kids. Or no, I had one kid. Right? Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
talk about a simpler time.
No, I had the second kid. He was born. Yep, my second son was barely born at this time. He was you know, like 5-6 months old. And my first son was a couple years old, and yeah. I had no idea what life was going to do to me.
Well, I knew that this was going to happen. People are going to send super chats to ask you weird stuff. Okay, so Pepsi Man, thanks for the super chat, says, why is Nick defending E. Schaefer cheating on his wife?
I'm not.
What this is about.
Oh, it's about Elijah Schaefer. There's a big thing going on where a bunch of people are going after him for allegedly cheating on his wife. I don't know if he did or not. If he did, I said that's shitty, but I find it interesting that in conservative circles, it would be better for a conservative or right-leaning or whatever content creator to literally sexually assault someone than to engage in infidelity.
Oh,
Because if they sexually assault someone, at least there can be like a criminal trial or something like that.
Yeah.
But look, if he cheated on his wife, it's really shitty to do, really horrible. It also is kind of like between them, and like if they did that and they have, or if he did that and they've made up or like figured that out, like that's on them to navigate. I don't know, but a bunch of people are.
I agree with you. I've always agreed up on that one. I don't think that any of us should be looking at anybody's marriage with any kind of judgment about anything, to tell you the truth, because marriage is tough. And if sometimes these things happen and sometimes people forgive one another, and that's their own business. I personally think everything's forgivable. So, and perhaps maybe that's what I have the opinion that marriage is for life, and that everything should be on the table as far as forgiveness goes. People make mistakes. And I have no desire to be like talking about somebody's marital problems, because I'm sure it comes with a ton of trauma. Like, who cares? Why would we care?
Yeah. And if it makes, if he did, and it makes people not watch him, like, cool. Don't watch him, or do. I don't know. People are making like this big hubbub about it. And my problem is I don't even know if it's true. I haven't seen any. I don't know how to, like, I don't know how to convince me. I'm sure there's a way. I just don't know what it, like, someone mentioned something about video or whatever. Like, if there's video of it, that'd be pretty fucking bad.
That'd be bad. That'd be embarrassing. I still wouldn't want to talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah. I was actually talking about this. I can't remember what platform I was on the other day, but infidelity, the common one is sexual infidelity, but I think people engage in marital infidelity all the time. We give our time and attention to things that are not our spouse when we should be giving time and attention to spouse. There's someone in one of my communities whose husband is like so glued to the computer that they're just constantly on it and does not spend any time with their wife, at like days at a time, not leaving their computer room. And you know, that's addiction, and it's also, you know, a type of infidelity, and it can destroy marriages as quickly. So it's like, I really hope he didn't cheat on his wife, but if he did, I don't know what that does, or like what my commentary is supposed to be on it. People have asked a couple times, here, don't.
I think it's really powerful.
Don't cheat on your spouse.
Nick, I think it's really powerful what you just said, though, that infidelity can come in a lot of different forms, and we have to be real careful to not ignore our spouses. I fall into that trap. Oh my gosh, it's terrible. You get consumed with work and consumed with streaming or whatever, and your spouse's needs and wants get kind of ignored, and that's no good either. Like, we should always point the finger back at ourselves before making any commentary on somebody else's shit, for real. Like, I hate the idea of bringing up anybody's marriage, because I would not want a microscope on mine. I mean, you know, we all have our crap to work through. A super chat came in from 64-bit goodness. Thank you. It says Nick's voice was due to going to Florida to drink and smoke a bunch of Cubans, then later cigars. Probably. Probably.
Oh boy.
Oh man. Jonathan Naxos, thanks for the super chat, says I'd run one up in Casey, Anthony. At least the support payments will be short term. Oh,
Oh my God.
I can't believe he made me read that. Oh, that's terrible. Oh my God. What did I expect? Really? What did I expect? All right. So let's get over to what we're supposed to be doing today. Although I considered canceling it and just sitting here and talking to you for a couple hours. Because I'm like, why am I going to make Nick come on my show and like sit and watch some dumb prosecutor?
It's your show. We can do whatever you want.
I know, but my audience wants to watch this. I think it'll be okay. But maybe
How
what we'll
long is the prosecutor? Or how long are
It's
the opening statements?
way too long. This is just part one. There's a separate hour, another hour of this prosecutor making her opening statements after this.
Why do they need so
I don't-
much opening statements?
I have no idea, but maybe
She
what
killed
we
her
should
kid and duct taped her and threw her in a fucking trunk. Like, there you go. Opening statement done. Should have stuck with shorter. Might have won.
I know. I don't know. It's like I think I'll put it on faster speed for sure. But I mean, for sure, the prosecution screwed up this case. Now, I'm trying to figure out, did they charge her simply with first-degree murder and they went after the death penalty? I've been told that they gave the jury other options like manslaughter, which they should have given a guilty verdict on, but I haven't confirmed that yet. I don't know. I thought that they had just given her just went after her for first degree, which is why she got off. But
Well,
I guess
mean, there would be lesser included charges in the murder charge. Basically, if you can prove X, Y, and Z, you get murder 1. If you can prove only X and Y, you get murder 2 or manslaughter, or, some sort of reckless homicide, something like that, depending on the state. And I don't know the specifics of this particular one.
yeah,
but
me either. I don't know what it is, but that's what we're going to find out. But you know what? I totally forgot. Before we do that, I was going to show you something else. So this is super exciting. You've heard about the fuck around and find out chart, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, a school board in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin, they fucked around and they're about to find out. And this is such exciting news, Nick, because you told me, you were like, hey, Barnes practices in Wisconsin. Maybe you should call him about this school board that fucked around with me during one of their open meetings and they violated my constitutional right to speak.
Right.
And I did. I pestered this man every week for 3 months, Nick. You know me. I'm a pain in the ass, right? I'm a pain in the ass.
Oh, I'm aware.
Just confirming what we already know to be true. But yes, I pestered him for 3 months and I got an email on December 10th from Robert Barnes that said, yes, I will take it. Now, here's the codicil. I have to raise 10 grand to hand these people their ass in court. And that's not a big amount. He's going to take the rest of it on contingency. So for Robert Barnes to take, this is a good deal. It's a good deal.
Oh, yeah.
And I want to show you this because Nick, I don't think I sent you the video, but I'm like pretty sure you didn't watch it. It's 3 minutes.
Let's watch it.
You didn't watch it. Okay, good.
No, of course
This
not.
is great. He never watches anything I send him. Nothing.
I honestly don't watch anything. I get done with my YouTube and yesterday I streamed for 8 hours for the trial and then I streamed 3 hours for the night show and another hour on locals. So it's 12 hours of that. I'm like, okay, I'm done now. I don't go watch YouTube or anything. Most of the time, I'm usually doing. I'm usually catching up on the rest of life, so it's not personal to anybody.
And yet, I continue to send you things. I know this.
Always do, because sometimes I do
continue
go,
to do it.
"What the hell is this?" and look at it.
All right. So this is what happened. Farron was on with me. Watch her face, by the way, because it's really funny. And I wasn't going to speak at this meeting. I was just covering it. This is one of those school boards where parents were really pissed off because they're putting this super explicit sexual stuff in the curriculum for kindergartners. And it was so explicit that the news media wouldn't show it on the news. They said they couldn't. They couldn't show the curriculum. They were going to show these little kindergartners on the news, which I think is everything you need to know about, is this appropriate for kids or not? But so this is what happened. I'm sitting there watching all these parents try to talk to this board, and they keep on, oh no, Nick. Gail says, your message could be stronger and more effective without the disgusting swearing.
Oh, sorry, Gail. That's I'm bad at that. I'm
am
really
I.
bad at it.
So am I. You know who agrees with you, Gail? Alex Jones. You can go and watch InfoWars because they censored me over there. So
Oh man, it had to be pretty bad.
it was really bad. Yeah, it was the swearing that did it. Sorry, Gail. You might be in the wrong place if the swearing offends you that badly. But anyway. These are my people. Agrolith says swearing is next to godliness. All right. Anyway, we were watching this and they were violating these parents' rights all over the place. I'm watching them do this and I'm like, I wasn't planning on speaking, but after I watched them do it for 2 hours, I was like, okay, that's it. I have to warn these people that what they're doing is setting themselves up for a lawsuit. So that's how we go into this. Let's play it.
Okay.
Please state your name and address.
All right. Hello, my name is Megan Fox, and I'll tell you why I'm not going to give you my address. For one, I just read your
Embeds don't allow
Wisconsin
maximum.
Rules of Open Meetings Act. It's a law. And the law in Wisconsin is that the public has a right to participate in your meetings, and nowhere in it does it say that anyone has to dox themselves online in order to participate in a public meeting. I want you to know that school boards like yourselves have been sued successfully before in the past for doing this. It's considered an intimidation technique. Now, you can sigh and put your face in your hands, but you need to listen to me when I tell you that you can be sued for what you're doing. You are violating people's rights. And you're doing what you did today by cutting off public comment in the beginning of the meeting when you had a full house of people who wanted to speak to you. And you made them wait 2 hours, and most of them had to go home because they had to work jobs tomorrow, or because they had to get kids somewhere, or because they had to go home and get dinner. What you did is violating the public's First Amendment rights to address their public bodies for grievances. It is a violation of the Constitution, and you should each be ashamed. Sharon, you should be ashamed of yourself. Leanne, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Farron.
Michael, you should be ashamed of yourself. And you too, Jenny, and you too, Jessica. And let me tell you something else. When people use names in front of your school board and they come in and they say, I want to talk to you about a specific person on the board, you are not allowed to tell them that their First Amendment right to speak is curtailed in some way because they want to use a name. That is illegal. What you are doing is against the
Nice.
Wisconsin Open Meetings Act. Now, listen, I have 3 minutes, and I know that my time is not up. You are not to interrupt me while I am speaking. This is public comment time, and I'm a member of the public. You can sit there and be as uncomfortable as you want, but I have this 3 minutes.
That hockey
So
player on the
listen to
bottom
me,
right's
Michael.
really uncomfortable.
When you are talking to
They hate
people, when they
this so
come
much.
here to see you, you are put into this position, by the way, by the people of this town. They are your first priority.
Surprise.
Save
Where
us.
are you?
They are
Save us
your
from this
first
lady.
priority. They are the
Just
people
continue.
you're responsible
Did you need me to
to.
mute this?
Yes.
Why
Thank
would
you.
you? Why would you mute me?
Okay. Sorry,
my
I couldn't
3
hear
minutes
you,
are
the
not
dog.
up. My
Okay.
3
No,
minutes
I
are
think
not
at
up.
the point where we started
Wow.
respecting individual board members,
Whoa.
we devolved.
Well, they're wrong.
If you've already spoken, your time is up on that topic. Anyone?
My time was
Who's
not
wrong?
up, by the way. They're full
well,
of crap.
Look
at them.
things.
They're
First,
so
the
uncomfortable.
chair has the right to cut off comment if the comment is not
What?
aligned with
Oh.
the dignity of the body.
Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no, you.
Just to put
No.
that out there.
That
So
is not what the First Amendment
If there's
says.
something inappropriate being said,
What was inappropriate?
now that's a
Inappropriate.
judgment call. That's true.
What?
But the chair does have authority to do that. The
Bullshit.
chair does not have authority under our rules to cut off a board member. We have no time limits. So I can just keep talking here once you recognize me. But to
Look at how
say
uncomfortable they are.
whether you support me or not in the community, we have an orderly process.
What was unorderly about that? I
And
had 3
the
minutes.
chair is running the meetings, and the chair has certain discretions, and
I
that's
could sue him
okay.
for
That's
this.
probably a good idea.
You should.
I should.
Second thing about
Okay, the good news is I'm going to sue him for that. I told him, Nick. I warned him.
Yeah.
I warned him.
No,
So
it's good.
I'm crowdfunding. We're going to pay Robert Barnes to sue him because Robert Barnes of Barnes Law has said he is going to help me do this. So if you guys feel at all interested in holding these people accountable to the actual law that they serve under at your discretion, at your pleasure, this is a terrific way to do it. Please get in here. And if all of you just give $1 today or $2, give $2. And I mean, we will do this today. We'll hand it over to Robert and he can file the thing and it will be hysterical. And imagine the content, Nick. We'll follow the whole thing. It'll be
Oh,
so
yeah.
good.
Perfect.
It'll be so good. So definitely get in there and do that because this is going to be fun. Robert Barnes, by the way, I need to thank him for getting on this because this is fantastic. I can't wait. I just can't wait. All right, let's get to this. Let's get to this prosecutor from 2011. All right, here we go.
I hear donations coming through. I can feel money. I don't know.
You can feel money coming through.
Yeah, it's the nose. I like smell money. You know what I mean?
Well, that would be wonderful. Because I want to like by the end of like tomorrow, I want to be handing Robert 10 grand to be like, go get him, Robert. Like, go get him. Oh, I can't wait. The crowdfund link. Yes, sorry, Locals is asking for it. I got to drop it in there. This is going to be so fun. Let's see. Here it is, guys. Sorry about that. I need to drop it on Rumble too, so I'll go to Rumble and do that as well. I'm only one person. I'm doing all this on my own.
I'm sharing it as well in the
thank you.
on the YouTube chat and in my Locals chat community, and I'll be bringing this thing up as we go. So
Raceland 9000 sent a Rumble rant. Thank you very much, Raceland, who says Megan is a pain in the ass, but we like it. Josh, thanks for the super sticker. I appreciate it. All right, let's get this. We may have to play this at higher speed.
Torgo the White also said, "Get that butt" over on YouTube. I think that one might have slipped past. So I just.
Oh yeah, I sometimes I cannot see these stupid.
Does the state care to make an
super
opening
chats.
statement at this time?
Well, you got to
You may
real quick
proceed.
before you start.
Yeah.
You got to check the donation page. I told you I smelled money coming in.
Oh, okay. Well, hold on. Oh, did you donate money? You're so awesome. Oh my God.
I'm not the only one who donated money.
Oh my God. Rekieta Law donates $1,000 and says school boards are trash.
That's true. That's true.
It really is true. I've got a news story right now, Nick, in Oklahoma. Oh my God, it's happening again. The Loudoun County. I forgot to tell you this. So you've been on
Yes.
Loudoun
Oh,
County.
I know.
Oh my God, it's happening again in Oklahoma. Did you hear about this?
Yeah.
A trans-identifying male beat the shit out of 2 females in a high school bathroom in Edmond, Oklahoma, which is one of the richest places in Oklahoma. My family's kids graduated from this school. I have family in Oklahoma City. This school used to be the best school. Beat the shit out of 2 girls in a bathroom in October. The school never sent out a notice, did not tell parents, and has been hiding it for 3 months. The media also covering it up. It's the same story as Loudoun County. And I just got off the phone before I got on here live with parents from that district who are just finding out about this, and some of them who've been fighting the school board for a long time since COVID, who are telling me school boards are trash. Like, this school board is trash. So I'm going after them. We're going after them next.
That's the that's the thing with Loudoun County is when you read the report, I read the indictment report over the last two nighttime streams I did. And what you find is they never got the information to implicate the school board. The school board got insulated and protected. And the grand jury kind of like has to dance around saying that. But the reason that all of this stuff happened is because of the school board. So of course they protected them. I mean, if the whole thing's a cover up, they're protecting the school board who all feigned outrage about the entire, I can't believe this happened. And they didn't tell us, like, stop it. Stop it. We know you got an email. We know that email was not disclosed. We know all of this stuff. This stuff was going on. You can read it between the lines in the grand jury report. Stop pretending that you didn't know what was going on during this time and that you weren't part of and complicit with this cover up. And like, they all had the same attorney, completely unethical attorney behavior. Yeah, it was written all over that. And
at least one of them is facing a felony and could see jail time, correct?
Yeah, the chief information officer for perjury there.
Holy crap. No one ever gets indicted for perjury. How did this even happen, Nick? We've had this conversation about perjury and you guys laughed at me when I was like, how come no one's ever held accountable? You all laughed. The entire panel was like, she's new. She's new.
That was in the context of a trial specifically. Like, oh yeah, I think that was during Depp or something.
It was.
Yeah, the reason they don't charge people in trials generally with perjury is because they want people to come in and give open testimony and not just shut down everything they're going to say. If they're worried about a perjury charge from everything they say in court that could be taken out wrong, and that, yes, it gives people license to openly lie in court too, but the general principle is that they're trying to just promote candor. Outside of court, you're a public official who lies in a public communication in the scope of your employment. I mean, that's pretty bad. So good, nail him to the wall.
I love it. I'm so excited. Justin says, I live near Wauwatosa. I'm a trucker. Let me be a voice as well. Need the link. I dropped it in the chat for you again. But it's easy to find, you guys, because if you go to GiveSendGo, it is givesendgo.com/speak freely. That is the link to that. And also, John Yarber says, you are a goat. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. I am really looking forward to what happens in Loudoun County, and keep your eye on Edmond, Oklahoma. That's coming soon. I'm going to have, and I also spoke to a parent, by the way, in Edmond who took her kid out of school because I shit you not, Nick, they were letting the furries eat their lunches on top of the tables.
Oh my gosh.
Furries, Nick. Furries.
Yeah. Gross. Look, even furries know they have no place in society. Like, that's how bad furryism is.
I mean, look, this is happening, and people keep saying, "Oh, that was a fake story." You know, the furry thing was a fake story, because somebody spread some kind of story that there were furries using litter boxes in high schools, and it's true that we couldn't confirm that at all anywhere. I couldn't confirm that story, so I do think that that was perhaps exaggerated, right? I'll tell you what is happening though, because it's happening at my daughter's school, and I've witnessed it myself. They allow these kids to wear what is like Halloween costumes to school every day, and to do things like meow and bark. It's insane. It's absolutely insane.
I mean, look, I'm not a fan of dress codes in school, generally speaking. I think they should be minimal at best. I get, like, you don't want a kid to wear a shirt that's got, you know, some like still frame from a disgusting pornography on it or something like that. I mean, that stuff makes sense. But the idea is that dress codes should always eliminate as much distraction as possible from the school day, right? Like, that's the purpose of them.
That's the purpose of it.
And having some kid walking around barking and yiffing or whatever, that's inherently disruptive. It needs to stop. That should not be promoted in a public school. Look, if you want that, make a private school for furries. Make your other kin's school and have a blast with it, you weirdos. But that shouldn't be in a public school at all.
No. And what's happening, one of the kids in my daughter's school, she dresses up like a demon every day, and she wears demon horns, and she calls herself Demon Self.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfectly normal. And
that's fine. As long as there's no fur involved.
God, it's just so ridiculous. Look, the fact that the inmates are running the asylum. I mean, when did anybody ever think that kids know what's good for them? That kids are somehow good to be in charge? It's just dumb. It's dumb.
Yeah. I remember though, I have to get on board with this just because I remember now, one of the walkouts I participated in high school. This was very important, Megan. They told us we couldn't wear hats in school anymore. And I was so strongly opposed, even though I never wore a hat in my entire life. I was so strongly opposed on behalf of Tim Pool. I was just looking out for Beanie Bro. And I was like, nope, we are walking out. It had nothing to do with me just wanting to leave the school generally and have some righteous purpose to do so. It was because I really cared about hats.
That's good. It's good that you've been fighting for for freedom for a long time. Grant Gooch, I love this idea. You should send your daughter to school dressed as an exorcist and they should battle. I love that idea. I think that's a great idea. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Okay, well, you know what we're going to have to do before we get to the trial? We may never get to the trial, actually. Let's just be completely honest. I'm procrastinating because I'd rather just talk to you.
Like I said, we can do whatever you want. I'm here. I'm at your service. I booked off a huge block of time.
I know.
So let's do it.
I know. So here's the thing.
Here, I have until 4 p.m. Eastern.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So you
So we
have me
plenty of time.
as long as you want to have me on the show up until 4 p.m. That's when I told Lady Raggets I would be done with the streams today. Well, until tonight.
That's fantastic.
By the way,
what are you doing tonight?
I'm probably going to start with Ethan Van Sciver's lawsuit that I didn't get to yesterday.
Who is he suing?
He's countersuing Preston Poulter for.
I don't know who that is. For what?
Okay. Do you want to know the story of Preston and Ethan?
Yeah, I know who Ethan is. I know.
Okay, so
I'm
yeah,
familiar with
Ethan. Yeah, he's kind of the primogenitor of Comicsgate.
Right.
Look, I know John Della Rose. I know I got it. Okay.
Well, do you know that John and I came up with hashtag Comicsgate?
I
really did. I am a witness
well
to that.
aware. Yeah.
Literally had a phone conversation about what are we going to call it. Yes.
So anyway, so yeah, of course you know who Ethan is. You and John, I do remember you and John coining Comicsgate. What are we going to call it? But Ethan's the one who started using Comicsgate in business. I mean, he started calling, his show. His show is Comicsgate Live. He's sold comics and pushed them under the mark, for lack of a better word, of Comicsgate. Well, Preston sued him for defamation because of stuff he said about Preston's John Lamont's comic that Preston was promoting, called it a pedophilic comic. It is absolutely disgusting. By John Lamont's and Preston's description of it, it is inherently pedophilic. It's about an underage teenager exploring her sexuality with a demon called Lolita that looks shockingly young. It's really weird and gross. But that being said, the lawsuit was initially dismissed for lack of jurisdiction, actually, lack of personal jurisdiction over Ethan. So then they refiled in New Jersey. Now Ethan, I believe, is countersuing Preston for trademark fraud or trademark. Trademark. I think it's fraudulent trademark. So Preston is called Peggy because Sheila Aliens found an old video of Preston being pegged. He and his wife used to produce independent pornography and try to sell that online for money. And so ever since then,
this is sounding a lot like what's his name? what Jack Murphy.
Oh,
Are we
yeah.
going down a Jack Murphy road here?
To Preston's credit, I don't think he was ever coaching anybody on like masculine concepts or anything like that. He's just trying to shill comic books. So this is more of just the like,
Right.
bro, this is kind of weird. And again, the reason that came out is because he started vehemently going after everybody and trying to do this weird, like stepping in on business. He was going to take over Comicsgate and do all this stuff very openly. And then people were like, okay. So it's a really, really weird situation. But yeah, now Ethan is countersuing him, which is great because he definitely knows he did not have the trademark rights to this thing. And I believe he's on live stream quoted as saying stuff like, I don't even want it. I'm going to destroy, like I'm going to destroy the brand, and I'm going to do all this stuff once I get the trademark. I'm trying to win through procedure, a bunch of stuff that showed that it was dishonest pursuit of the trademark and other things. So I think I'll be covering that today, but tomorrow, this is what I wanted to talk to you about. My birthday is Friday.
Oh,
Lady Rackets told me last night, she texted me during my show and said, do not do a live stream on Friday.
Uh-oh.
Because
That means you planned one then. With
Well,
the
I was
opposite
gonna,
disorder.
No, I had already, before she said that, I was telling people that Friday was my birthday and I was going to do a birthday stream. But now I'm going to do that tomorrow night on Thursday. So I'm going to send you an invite, come in at any time. And it's just going to be fun, drinking, telling jokes, stories, talking about news. We can talk about Oklahoma, whatever. Like, I don't know who all is going to be on at what times.
Is it your time, your regular stream time?
Yep. My regular
I think
stream time.
I'm going on with Good Logic at 10.
He'll be getting an invite too.
So yeah, I'll be there, and we're going to talk about my lull suit against Wauwatosa School Board, and and then yeah, I will absolutely come over. That was so fun. Make my kid sleep in my bed, so she won't be in here.
There you go.
No, that's what that's the plan we've come up with. Whenever I go on your stream on a school night, I'm just like, go sleep in my bed. And then she does. She goes and I sleep in her room, which is also my office. Maybe one of these days I'll make enough to have an office of my own and not be sharing with a teenager. But frankly, the blanket fort is kind of endearing. So we're sticking with it. How fun! How old are you going to be, Nick?
41.
You're so young. God.
Tell that to my knees.
You have a couple more years though before you're getting these out. Just a couple. In about 3, I give it 3 years before you pick up a pair of these at the drugstore and take a look at your phone and your life changed. And you go, oh my God.
I was I went to the eye doctor the other day for, I think it was my 5-year or 6-year LASIK checkup, because I had LASIK a while back. And so, you go in once a year and they make sure your vision's good. And he said, well, my vision last checkup was 2015. This checkup, it was 2020. But he said, I got good news is that the reason your vision is decreasing is because your up close vision is actually improving in one of your eyes. So he's like, don't use readers. Stay away from them as long as possible, because once you start using them, it gets harder and harder to stop. So, but he said for me, the good news is that it's actually my up close vision is getting better.
Wow.
So that's nice.
You're getting younger. Your eyes are getting younger. Everything comes up roses for you, Nick.
I think it's just
literally everything.
He's like, do you spend a lot of time on the computer? Like, I'm staring at a computer screen that is giant and emitting, the sun's worth of radiation into my corneas constantly. And I have studio lights. Yeah, I spend a lot of time. He's like, yeah, that your eyes adjust to that. And so that's, which I think is what happened to me in the first place. Cause I had 20/20 vision until I was about 22 years old. And then I realized I was in economics and I couldn't read the board. I had to start sitting up front. But
well, okay, you guys in the chat are telling me that the internet is struggling, and it's not me, it's StreamYard. I'm looking at my Wi-Fi and I've got 5G full bars. it's got to be StreamYard. I don't know what is happening with them. And of course, it would be today of all days when, does this happen when there's just a lot of people tuning in, Nick? Is this something that StreamYard deals with?
I don't know. I do know that yesterday I had.
It's Nick's nose interfering.
Taking a lot of the bandwidth. Like you can see the guy like diverting power, like, oh God, we gotta compensate. No, yesterday I had huge issues with StreamYard at the beginning of the day. And well, yeah, all days, but no, specifically with the connection to StreamYard, where on my end, I tried to download an old episode before my morning show, and it said it would take 10 days to complete the download, despite having 900 megabyte download speed. And so then when I went live with Branca, like I could not hear or see him. It was super robot-y, but when it was going out to the audience, it was just fine because his signal was going into StreamYard and StreamYard was sending his signal out. It wasn't sending what I see. So that's probably what's going on here. Something with your connection to StreamYard is kind of must be bad compared to.
I have a bunch of tabs open that clearly I need to close, and so I'll try and do that. Maybe that would help.
Maybe, sinner. How many? You got to have a beefy computer.
I know I don't.
Tabs.
You know what? Nick, my equipment is so bad. I wasn't prepared for this. I wasn't prepared to do this, and it just took off. And I'm screwed because I'm trying to build something here, and I can't really upgrade my equipment until it takes off, and it won't take off until I do it regularly. This is like a catch-22 that I'm dealing with.
No, I believe me. I know. I had no intention of doing this either. When I started, it's like, oh God, people are watching. I should keep going. And then I did, and it was great. But yeah, no, it's
okay. So I see that it fixed itself now, but I wonder if it has anything to do with the fact that I just tweeted StreamYard and was like, hey, fuckers, I have a huge stream going on right now.
Try harder, StreamYard.
Get that guy to get the plug in the wall, okay? Because we're blowing up here. And guys, don't forget, if you are just joining me and you haven't been here because you're really just a fan of Nick's over here, I'm like Nick in a wig. It's interesting. I'm like the female non-degenerate version of Nick, and it's fun. And you might like this show too, especially if you're female. You know what I found out, Nick?
What's that?
I have all the chicks.
All of them?
Yeah, I pretty much got all the chicks. Pretty much all the chicks that watch your show are coming over to my channel, and they're becoming my fans. And so the dudes on your show, who are big fans of your show, they might want to consider hanging out with us sometime, because that's where the chicks are. I mean, you got to go where the girls are, and the girls, they seem to like it over here. And so if you're looking to be outnumbered by women, it's a good place to be.
Get in there, guys. Run.
Run now.
Simp immediately.
Oh, Laura, thank you. Laura, she finally made it. The producer made it to the show today. Thank you, Laura, for being here. She was so sad to have missed you before the pre-show, Nick.
I'll be around. We can talk after or whatever. It'd be fine.
Yeah. I promised her that she would get to talk to you today. That was going to be her payment for the entire year. So that's got to happen. We have to make that happen.
Might I suggest your first post when joining Megan's Locals is, hello, fellow chicks. Let's do it.
Do it. Nice try, Megan. Your nose is not as big as Nick's. Well, it's close. I mean,
I don't know about
for
that.
A female version. Can we compare schnozzes? It's pretty big. I mean, it's always been shall we say, the prominent feature of my face. All right, I'm going to try and close some of my tabs, and maybe this will continue to run smoothly, but it appears to have straightened itself out, which is great. All right, so what I was going to tell you, Nick, before we got off on whatever tangent we're on now, I have, because I lost the weight that I lost, and I'm still in the process of doing it, It's not the end all beat all though, just to lose the weight. It turns out that if you don't also work out the muscles, you get sore as hell when you just try to do normal things. Like a couple Saturdays ago, I'm doing my chores and I've got a 2-story house and I'm running up and down the stairs. And I'll get to the Rumble rants, guys. I promise. I'll go check it in a second.
You have the cool plugin for Rumble that helps you keep track of the rants?
No, I don't have any of this fun stuff. You have to share this stuff with me.
I thought you had it.
No.
Okay.
Well, some dude sent it to me to send to you. But that's all I did was send it to you. I didn't actually use it myself.
Oh my gosh, you got to use it. It creates this pop-out window. Look at this thing. Hold on.
I need this.
I can even do this on yours.
Really?
Yeah, on your Rumble stream. You can do it on any Rumble stream once you have it. Here, let me share and show you what it looks like.
Cool.
But it depends when you open it. But yeah, share my screen. See? Look. Here it is, Megan Fox Live with Nick Rekieta. Here's Death Trout's Rumble rant. And if you had it open, if I had it open the whole time, it would have all of them listed in there. And then as you read them, you just click that button.
How do you do this? How do I get this?
It's a plugin in your
like a Chrome browser or something in the Chrome?
Yeah. See this it's this one. It creates this thing and then you click it and it opens it up.
I want that.
I will I'll get it to you. I don't have the link off the top of my head, but I've got it in an email. One of the guys in my community built it.
Fan-frickin-tastic.
Yeah.
A Death Trout, by the way, thanks for the Rumble rant, says, gave $20 for you and Barnes to knock that school board on its ass. It's going to be so fun, you guys. It's going to be so fun. P-Dog Knight is in the Rumble room. Furries, Nick. The first words I hear joining the stream. For fuck's sake.
That one wasn't my fault. I get blamed for all this stuff. I didn't do it. Just a humble merchant.
Jimmy Touchdown, thanks for the super chat, says, can't wait for Nick to be disbarred for publicly threatening the Professional Responsibility Board. Went to the worst TTT law school in America. No wonder.
Oh, you think they can disbar me for voicing my opinions about the Professional Responsibility Board? Apparently, whatever law school you didn't go to didn't teach you what the First Amendment fucking says. Here, I'll say it. The Professional Responsibility Board in Minnesota is a giant heap of cucks. And if they come after me, I'm coming after them on First Amendment grounds from the fucking start. And I'm probably going to be a plaintiff in a separate lawsuit against them to refine their rules. And we'll see how that manifests too. The First Amendment's real. Lawyers don't give it up, and they can't threaten me to censor my speech about them by threatening me with an ethics violation of any kind. And if they did, if that ever came out at all, it'd go straight to the Supreme Court, and I would shit in their goddamn mouths all day long. Fuck them.
Well, there it is. There it is. Look, free speech is important. If you don't have free speech, you have nothing else in the Constitution afforded to you. And a legal professional responsibility board should know that. Isn't it staffed with lawyers, Nick?
Yeah. And they're not all dumb, by the way. They're not all dumb. Some of the people that those lawyers talk to, that the professional responsibility lawyers talk to, you would be shocked at who they are. And in like a good way, shocked. Like, oh my God, they talk to this person. Maybe they aren't all a bunch of, now there certainly are like some crazy leftist ideologues on those boards, but not all of them.
You people on Rumble, you're embarrassing me. You have not stroked the plussy nicely. There's over 1,000 of you in here, and the plussy is very neglected. It's neglected. You're embarrassing me. You gotta stroke it nicely, but
You're
do it now.
neglecting that plussy so hard that she's just bored.
Just bored, just looking at you like this. Jimmy Touchdown says, LOL, getting schooled about the FA by a guy who didn't know the confrontation clause only applied to criminal cases. Susan Humiston has your number, bro. Lol.
Okay. We'll see.
Flick the bean. My plussy is dry. Oh God, whoever came up with the plussy thing it was probably you. It was you, wasn't it? Or your chat.
It was yeah, it was someone There was someone in the chat said pound that plussy, I think, and then they
So
put up a
funny.
picture of me. They photoshopped one. It's slander and lies.
Slander and lies. Oh, so funny. So funny. I love it. Okay, so I was saying, I was doing these, I can't stroke the plussy from my TV. Well, are your thumbs broken? Can you not go to your phone and just go to your Rumble thing and just like hit the thing? Like are your fingers not working? Your phone is sitting right next to you. I know that your phone is sitting right next to you because everyone's phone is sitting right next to them. But so I do my chores. I'm running up and down the stairs, doing vacuuming and whatever, usual wifing stuff. And the next day, Nick, I wake up and I feel like I got hit by a truck. I cannot walk up. I can barely sit on the toilet, because my thighs hurt so bad from the stairs. How embarrassing is this that I can't even do it like a solid day's worth of cleaning without being so sore? So I came up with this idea, right?
Sure.
That because most of this is because I'm sitting on a live stream for hours at a time without getting up, except to run to the bathroom once in a while and then come back. But I'm literally just molding in this chair. That's what's happening. And my muscles they're just disappearing. So it doesn't matter if I lose the weight if I'm not working it out. So we have a thing here that we do on my channel.
Oh, I did watch this one.
Well, I'm not going to play that one because I'm going to ask you to live fat shame us. Can you live fat shame us for 1 minute and 22 seconds while we do squats and push-ups?
Do squats! Do squats!
I'm not doing squats and push-ups.
No, you don't have to. Your job is to just live shame us fat shame us while we're doing it because we need the motivation.
Okay, I guess if that's what you want to do. When do you want me to start?
Well, I'll play the music for you. So you have as long as the music takes to stop. It's 1 minute and 22 seconds. And I'm going to share it. Let's see. I made one just for you so that you could do a live shaming for us. Let me see if I can find it. There it is. I made one just for you. Let's put it up there. All right. Are you guys ready for this? This means that you have to get up. Those of you out there, I'm going to get up and I'm going to do it because I don't want to be a pile of blob.
She don't want to end up looking like me. That's what she doesn't want to do. A big fatso like me rolling around in my chair.
All
Cookie
right.
crumbs all over my beard.
All right. You've got 1 minute and 22 seconds. Ready? Fat shame away.
Okay, chat. If you can manage to get your fat asses out of that ungodly powerful chair that has somehow defied gravity by keeping you from just sinking straight to the core of the earth, this one's for you. For the people who couldn't get up, you knew. You should actually, your life is already over. Look. I know you pretending right now that you're gonna lay down on the ground. You're gonna lay down on the ground. Your fat is going to spread across like oil hitting a pond. Like Exxon Valdez has just dumped its entire load in the Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, no, you're gonna lay down on the ground, spread out, place your sweaty palms down on your pile of cookies and chips and dried up salsa, and you're gonna try and lift that giant fucking body off of the earth. It's not gonna work, but you're gonna try anyway. Just keep struggling. Hopefully your forearms and your bicep and your upper arms don't buckle and break under the weight. We know they will if you have actually managed to get off the ground at all. Thank God you're gonna burn the calories just in the effort. After you pretend to do push-ups for a few minutes, which would frankly be, oh my God, it's already over. Frankly, it'd be easier to push the earth down than to lift you up. It would be less displacement of mass, you giant whales.
Yes.
Okay.
Fantastic. This is fantastic. No, I would never twerk. Twerking is not in my repertoire. For one, I'm white. And for two, it just doesn't seem like something that I would ever want to do. No. Oh, thank you, Darla. I appreciate that. And now I'm all out of breath because I actually was doing squats because I refused to be sore from just walking up my stairs. It's ridiculous. The Exxon Juan Valdez jokes, hilarious. Nick, you never fail to disappoint. I know. Somebody told me that we need a meme of you with on your face on Richard Simmons' body. It would be hilarious. I would love that.
That just looked like me.
Oh man, did you see that documentary about Richard Simmons, like how he disappeared and stuff?
I remember it. I remember the documentary happening, but I didn't actually watch it.
It was terrible. It was basically just TMZ stalking this poor guy at his house. Like, clearly he doesn't want to talk to you. It's not really a mystery where he went. He just hates you. Leave him alone. Like,
Yeah,
it's,
go away.
I hate TMZ sometimes. I just think they're terrible.
Oh yeah, TMZ's it's garbage.
It is garbage. Sometimes they hit on stuff though. I mean, sometimes.
Yeah.
Very, very rarely. Very, very rarely.
I mean, when they get it, they get it. The problem is when you throw 1,000 darts, one of them's going to hit a bullseye.
That's true. It's like when the whatchamacallit, the what's that rag tabloid that gets one right every once in a while?
It's National Enquirer.
Yeah, the Enquirer. They got that John Edwards love child story, which was a pretty big deal. Jimmy Touchdown says, Rekieta, did T. William Mitchell teach you about younger abstention? LOL. Imagine threatening lawsuits against PR board and not knowing younger. LOL.
Yeah, you have a right to your First Amendment, and the board doesn't get to curtail that right. You don't give up your First Amendment rights ever as an attorney. Like the only time is in service of your client where you are prevented by your ethical obligations from saying certain things. That does not extend to opinions, political or otherwise. But imagine sending a bunch of super chats trying to prove that attorneys lose their First Amendment right by the fact that a state licensing board issues a license. Insanity. Insanity.
Well, I would like to continue. I would like to encourage him though to continue doing it. Let's not discourage him from sending super chats. I have a feeling that you would answer them all day long, and
of course,
perfectly fine. Hey guys, here's something very exciting. You guys have been giving to the Let's Get After That School Board Fund at the Wauwatosa School, and look at this. We're already up to over $2,000, $2,500. Wow, you guys. We could do this by the end of the day. I could be handing Robert Barnes a check for $10,000 and get this thing filed. Do you know about the hanging piano metaphor, Nick?
The hanging piano metaphor. Was that like the sword of Damocles?
Yes. It's like, okay, so I had this great lawyer he did all these lawsuits for me in Orland Park against this library that was violating Open Meetings Act and Open Records Act all over the place. And he was an open government lawyer. Great guy. Matt, oh Jesus, it's been a long time. I can't remember his last name. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He told me once, he goes, you know what my favorite part about filing a lawsuit is? That moment right before it's served. I call it the hanging piano moment.
Oh,
dangling. They're walking around town. Some poor sap is walking around town all day, and he's got a giant piano just dangling on a wire over his head, and he has no clue. And then it gets served, and bam, the piano drops. It's fantastic. And I think about that every time. And this is my dangling piano moment right now over the Wauwatosa School Board. They don't even know what's coming. They don't. And this is the best part. I like to savor this part, the part before they know that they're about to find out. And it's just fantastic.
I love it. It's great. Because, yeah, they're like going on with their day. And then all of a sudden someone shows up. Is like, hi, I have something for you. What the hell?
Yeah. Yes, it will ruin their Christmas for sure. Let's get it in before Christmas. Ocean Way. Thanks to the super chat says, going to email you guys about this, but you guys need to cover Dr. Shiva Ayudari federal case. He exposed the backroom portal Twitter in 2020. Well, unfortunately, the problem with federal cases is we'll never get cameras in there. Damn it. So covering trials in federal courts is hard. Very hard.
Yeah. Yeah, we had a brainstorming session about this while I was in Miami, and we'll see. You and I, we were talking in my locals chat.
We
remember?
were, and I was
And-
really excited about that. Actually, I feel like I'm getting some kind of, excitement around possibly Nick getting involved in getting cameras into courtrooms, and so we can bypass law and cuck or whatever.
And everybody, and we could just start maybe finding a way to intentionally pick and choose courtrooms to go into, right? Like we'll expose these trials and get them. The issue is always about, one, finding the trials that people want to see, and two, paying someone to be in there, and three, also convincing the judge to let someone be in there. Those are the big hangups. Otherwise, you have to go through the media pools that exist, and those media pools are prohibitively expensive unless you want to risk the threat of a copyright claim, even if that copyright claim or lawsuit would be completely winnable. You're looking at spending $100,000 fighting it, which is crazy. So most people can't do it. Could you? I can't. I don't have $100,000 to spend on a copyright lawsuit.
What's interesting is that I never knew how much money these camera pools were. Can you explain it for people? Because I think they do not understand how it works. Like, you think once they put cameras in the courtroom that like just everyone can access it, all the media, but that's not true. That they're paying for it. That's the first I ever heard of it.
Yeah. So there's a couple ways that it goes down. But the main gist is this: all of the media companies will petition to have a camera. They'll petition to have their cameras in the courtroom. Then the court will do is say, well, we can't have like 7 different companies with cameras. It'd be too cluttery. So they'll create a media pool, and then they'll draw lots basically. And the winner of the lot gets control of the cameras, and they create the feed. And then that feed goes out to a media room. That means they have to pay for any cameras that go in. They have to pay for staff to man the cameras, and they have to, pay for the equipment that is used to actually broadcast, whatever's needed to get the broadcast from the camera out of the courtroom. And sometimes that's other media equipment. Some courts have this equipment, but they have to front all of that cost. So then, as kind of a way around that, the other media companies buy in to a media pool feed, and they create this wall for other people to stay away. And there's a company, it's called Uconnect or something, that they did the Johnny Depp trial, for example. They did you could buy direct access to the Johnny Depp trial without like going through Law and Crime or someone else, buy the direct feed from the court. And you could buy it personally for something like $1,800 for the whole trial.
Really?
You could buy it with redistribution rights for $11,000.
Holy crap. Wait a minute. Who gets that money? The court?
No, the private company.
The private company.
That was sending the media pool feed out.
$11,000. So are you telling me that each media company then that carries it on television, each one of them is paying $11,000?
I mean, that would be the idea. I don't know if they are. They could have some separate agreement. Like they could have I think you can buy like an annual license with that company where you get access to everything. I don't know how much that costs. I tried to get this information. I tried to buy the feed for Johnny Depp. I had an inquiry out to them, and I said, okay, I am a broadcaster on YouTube and I want to redistribute this content. Which level do I need to buy? Because like, do I buy the individual level and then I have the right to stream it on YouTube with my commentary? Or do I need to buy the maximum level? Like, what do I need to do? And their salespeople just ghosted me once I said that. It's almost like the media has a pool set up for themselves to be self-serving and gatekeep. Shock. I know that the media, the 5 major companies that run basically all of the media on earth would try and gatekeep people out of it, but it's true. It happens all the time. And so you either kiss the ring or you have to come up with an alternative. And the thing is right now with the way the media pool works, there isn't the ability to have an alternative because the courts force you into that pool so long as there are other people there. And winning the lottery, by the way, and getting the feed, that just means that you pay for everything in the courtroom rather than buying into the media pool feed. It's a way to balance the costs amongst everybody. But the reality is no one should have a copyright claim at all over any public proceeding.
No,
that's insanity.
That is insanity. But is there a way around this? Is there a way? Like,
it's to break in, start distributing it for free.
But how do you do that when when this is the system they've set up and they're clearly using it to gatekeep?
I don't know yet. But
we got to figure it out, though.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Maybe we'll petition the court to maybe you get in and petition the court to exclude any pooling fees. Say you want free distribution of it, whatever it is. Create an open license. Bypass that company that the media brings in to redistribute the feed. Create your own company. I don't know exactly, but I would love to find out. I would actually just love to get a camera in every single courtroom that exists.
Check it out, guys. We made it to the front page of Rumble.
Yeah.
We did it. We did it. Look,
awesome.
There I am. It's right there. All right. Good job. Good job. You paid more attention to the plussy. We're happy with that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But yeah, that would be really interesting, Nick. I think that's really worthwhile. I wonder if a lawsuit might help that situation. Like, is there some angle?
You'd have to be excluded, like specifically excluded in some way. You'd have to have the damage to bring the suit. You can't just you couldn't do a preemptive suit on it, Mm-hmm. So you'd have to try and get access. You'd have to either win the media feed and try and do it and have them gatekeep you out of it, or you'd have to lose the media feed, try and, participate in the pool and have them kick you out or something like that. Which they might try and do.
They would totally do that to you. So you should keep trying.
Well, I gotta find the right way to do it and the right case to where I can raise a massive public stink over it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, so did I tell you that you remember the 10-year-old rape victim in Ohio, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's the one that's what prompted this discussion. It's talking about that one.
Yes. So she was raped by an illegal alien. His name is Gershon Fuentes. His trial starts on January 9th. And the media there has already asked for access and has been granted it by the judge. So I put in my own request, Nick, and I requested for web access because, they're all set up with this web access thing since COVID. So I thought, I'm going to just request web access. And I did call the judge's assistant or whoever's sits outside that office. And she told me to do it. So I did. And I submitted it and I sent a follow-up email, but I've heard nothing yet. So that might be something. Are they allowed to just not respond to my media request?
The court?
Yeah, the court.
I mean, yeah, they can. They're not supposed to not respond to it.
So far, they haven't responded.
Yeah, I mean, they can. You'd have to, if they don't, you'd have to then pursue further action. But typically, you'd think they'd respond at some point.
Would I need an Ohio lawyer to pursue further action if they don't respond?
Unless you want to proceed pro se, but
no, hell, I don't want to do. No.
Yeah. No. Yeah, you'd want an Ohio lawyer. Maybe talk to potentially criminal.
Okay. All right.
I don't know if he'd do the. I don't know.
How many lawsuits can I get going at one time? Is the question.
Well, the trick
How
is
many can I do?
Trick is to find someone who it's beneficial for, right? Like mutually beneficial. So like a live streamer who would benefit from the ability to have this thing under their belt. And then that way, maybe they won't charge you or won't charge you as much.
Fantastic. I think I know just who to ask. Andrew Grounds. Hey, by the way, since you're all here right now, I'm going to use this opportunity to grift because I have a merch store and it's linked in the description. And we have grounds material for you in Prison Orange, by the way. Eat mugs, sweatshirts. Would it be fair to say grounds? This guy, man. I mean, does it get any worse than that? We've got tons of stuff in there anyway.
It always
Objection
gets worse.
hearsay. It can always get worse. Oh man, the sovereign citizens. I cannot get over it. I can't get over these people. They never win, and yet they keep trying. I don't know whether to appreciate that about them or just wish they would all, I don't know, fall off the face of the earth.
Yeah. Oh no, they're they would object to the subject matter jurisdiction of the Earth's gravity letting them go, though. I mean, that'd be the problem.
This is true. This is true.
No, it's the same sort of poison that I'm going to say this, and I don't mean it at the face value that it's going to sound like, but the conspiracy theory person, the conspiracy theory addict. I'm not talking about someone who looks at one situation and goes, man, I don't trust this situation. I'm talking about the person who looks at every single situation and sees a global conspiracy behind it. And like, even like silly stuff. And you find these people, who was that one chick, Tia Tequila? Like she got on the everything's an Illuminati conspiracy train for a while. Like she was in there. So when you look at that and you go, okay, there's a distinct difference between someone who just is into a particular conspiracy or a couple select ones versus someone who sees everything as a conspiracy because they've got something clicks and they so distrust everything they've ever seen that they'll buy any alternative explanation. That's what sovereign citizenry is. It's that same vein of thinking, of concept, where something happened, may not have even been significant, where they go, nope, this is what it is, and these magic words will fix it. Just like if you just get the word out enough on the conspiracy, it'll be over, it'll be exposed and everybody will suddenly know and accept it. It's like, dude, even if you're right, no one's going to accept your conspiracy theory. That's how effective all of this stuff is. But I think
that they're really dangerous, to tell you the truth. And I think I now understand why the FBI has made them, put them on the terror list, the homegrown terror list, is because, like, for instance, we talked a lot about the Cynthia Absug case, me and you, and that had sovereign citizenship all over it with these weirdos who are targeting mothers who lose their kids through CPS. And then they tell them, we can help you get your kids back, but don't get a lawyer, file our bullshit affidavits instead. And you'll get your kids back. But of course, that never works. It actually makes it worse for them. And these people are running around hurting people. They're hurting people, and they should be stopped.
Yep, they absolutely should. You cannot have. But how do you stop them is the question. But you can't have people running around and just completely disregarding the idea that they're part of society. For better or worse, we are in a participatory republic, which means like you're in it and you're subject to it and you're subject to the stuff you like and don't like about it. And you can try and practically avoid it, but you can't just avoid being under the arm of the law. Like you can't just go murder someone and say, well, I just don't agree with the murder statutes. It doesn't work that way. If you want to do that, buy an ocean liner and go out into international waters and do whatever you want, like Google does, for example.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not saying Google kills people on their giant cargo ship where each cargo container is a different party room. I'm not saying that happens.
StreamYard is responding to me because I see that I'm having problems now. So I'm trying to send them a little message. They said that they could help me out. So I'm going to send them, I guess, what should I send them? The link, the internal link? What am I supposed to send them?
I don't know.
What do they need to figure this out?
Get them on stream. I got some words for them.
Hey, stream, you want to join in and tell us how to fix this shit? I don't know what to tell them. I don't know what to give them. I I'm like, I'm live now. I can't really do anything to troubleshoot this. Maybe you could fix it on your end because it's not me. I'm looking at my connection and it's absolutely fine. For fuck's sake. It's happening again though, isn't it? I'm freezing, aren't I? No,
You're
I'm
kind
not
of roboting
streaming.
from time to time.
I'm not streaming over a cell phone. I swear to God. Stop. You guys in the chat are killing me. All right. Well, maybe I'll tell you what we'll do. I will start this prosecutor. We'll see if we can listen to her for a few minutes. We'll probably go in and out of this. I mean, while I try and talk to StreamYard and figure out if they can help me here. So we'll start the Casey Anthony opening statement by the weird prosecutors in Florida that decided to go for a first-degree murder charge when they should have gone for manslaughter. So we'll hear some of this and see if we can find out what the hell went wrong.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Orange County. As we have heard several times throughout the course of the jury selection proceedings, this is the case of the state of Florida versus Casey Marie Anthony. However,
Hey, the court reporter's cute.
time to tell the story of a little girl named Kaylee. This isn't just a case about Casey Marie Anthony. It's a story about Kaylee Anthony as well. Kaylee Anthony was born on August 9th of 2005. It was a Tuesday. And Kaylee lived nearly every day of her life on a quiet residential street in Orlando called Hope Spring Drive. Her doting grandparents, George and Cindy Anthony, filled her room with toys and stuffed animals.
Hey, Megan, I have an idea.
Kaylee's room was decorated with every imaginable Winnie the
Can you
Pooh
pause this?
item available.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Maybe if I share the stream, because it's really choppy for me coming through. And
I'll give it to you. All right.
I think it's
do
choppy
that.
for the audience. So
That's
if I
bad.
share it, since mine's smooth, it might work. We'll give
All
it a
right.
shot.
All right, here you go. It's in the private chat.
Okay. Actually, I'm looking at the private chat. It's not. Oh, there it is.
Sorry. I'm putting it in the private chat.
I'm just being a dick. Let's see here. All right, let me present this. All right. Share me in. All right, we good?
Yep.
Looks good. Let me know if the volume needs to change.
Home on Hope Spring with Kaylee,
I hear it fine.
and they swam in the pool. And Kaylee had fun.
I'll turn it up just a hair.
Casey Anthony, according to her cell phone records from that day, spent most of it with her new boyfriend, Tony Lazaro. She arrived back at the Hope Spring address, again, according to her cell phone records, around 7:30 in the evening. As I told you, George Anthony worked the 3 to 11 shift. And according to testimony that you will hear from both George and Cindy Anthony, that evening, everything appeared to be fine. They went to bed, readied themselves for the typical start to a work week.
I hate her already. We're into this like 30 seconds and I hate her.
Casey or the prosecutor or yes?
The prosecutor.
Yeah, she's dragging this out.
I hate her hair. I hate the way she talks. I hate that color. I hate everything about this. Then we are not going to last on this. I'm going to be like, stop. Let's just stop.
Cindy Anthony goes to work. as I've described, sometime between 7 and 8 a.m. and is out of the house until the late evening. Excuse me, until the early.
She's made a mistake already. Excuse me.
George
I need
Anthony
help.
again
Whatever.
has to work the 3 to 11 shift and is up early, had breakfast with his granddaughter Kaylee,
Oh, breakfast sounds delicious.
and noted that his daughter Casey began to get ready for work around noon, shortly before.
Mean that job she didn't actually have?
George Anthony specifically recalls that at 12:50 p.m. on June 16th of 2008, his daughter Casey left the residence on Hope Spring Drive with Kaylee Marie Anthony. Kaylee was wearing a pink shirt, jean shorts, sunglasses, and a backpack. And Jojo, George Anthony, kissed his granddaughter goodbye and never saw her again. In fact, no one but Casey Anthony ever saw Kaylee Marie Anthony alive again.
The thing
I've
that
already
always
shown you the last
bothered me is
photographs taken
what was the alternative
of
theory?
Kaylee Anthony.
What do you mean? The alternative theory
The
other
next
than she
time a
murdered her?
photograph is taken
For the
of
defense,
Kaylee
like
Anthony
what happened to the little
is
girl?
on December
If
11th.
Casey
Maybe
didn't
we
kill
should
her.
just go. Maybe we should listen to that one instead. Maybe the defense opening statement is better. Should we listen to that one instead? Let's start with the defense, because at least we'll hear the bullshit story they came up with. Because we know what the prosecution's going to say. She killed her. Like,
Yeah.
Who's her lawyer?
Of this case
It was
is
Juan,
not-
what's his name? Juan something.
Oh, no, he's the guy who did that the doctor murder case also. He's really good.
He's really good, and which is probably one of the reasons. His name. What's his name? It's
Oh, hold on.
ridiculous that I can't think of his name. He's famous.
Yeah. He's the guy I would want to hire if I were like,
Oh, this is a terrible video. Hold on. We got to get a different one. That's ridiculous. I can't give you that. That's embarrassing.
okay, what's this guy's? It's a trial. Attorneys and jury. Attorney was Jose Baez.
Jose Baez. Yes.
Yeah, that dude. When he, I watched a little bit of that trial with the doctor who was accused of basically euthanizing his patients. And what he did there was, I mean,
That's terrible. I didn't mean to laugh, but I don't know why that just made me laugh.
What, the
Oh my
euthanizing
goodness.
patients?
Yes, I should not have laughed. That was completely inappropriate.
Well, I mean,
Sorry.
he was
I know, but
doing it.
It's not funny. Sorry.
It's funny that like, it's funny that this is an issue because it's not like he was doing it to people who didn't want it type thing. It's not like it was murder. At least the way Baez spun it, it was very compassionate and it was rooted in the ending of suffering. And I mean, he sold it. His performance in that case was amazing. And he told a story and his visuals unfolded parts of the story, like turning pages of a book. It's like, this dude knows exactly what he's doing. This guy belongs in front of juries. And if you were charged with one of the worst crimes that you could imagine, looking at life in prison, I would be begging that guy, paying whatever retainer to do it. When I'm finally charged with murder at some point, I would have that guy defend me in a heartbeat.
So unfortunately, the only video I could find is kind of a shitty video of his opening statements, and it appears to only be 9 minutes long. Is that
Heck.
possible?
says part 1 of 2.
And I'm looking for the second part to see if it even exists. But how can how could hers be more than almost 2 hours? And why isn't it included in the entire rebroadcast of her trial? It's weird.
Here we go. Hold on.
This is odd. Oh, wait, I have to share it for you.
The original videos that this part was taken from was that person took down their original videos of Casey Anthony.
Of course. Oh, I did find the part 2. The part 2 is only 8 minutes long.
This has got to be only a part of the statement.
It has to be, but it's the only thing I can find online of his opening statements, which is really strange. Every other part of the trial is completely online, just not his opening statements.
Weird.
It is weird. Well, at least it's only 9 minutes. We can listen to this.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. I've got it fast forward. There was some weird text previously. I guess
Right.
we'll give it a shot.
Everyone wants to know what happened. How in the world can a mother wait 30 days before ever reporting her child?
Real quick, I just want to point out the video isn't choppy. It's still frames.
Still frames.
So
How weird that this has just been disappeared off the internet.
yeah. Laura Cox says, didn't he get that doctor acquitted? Yes, he did. And again, his case was it was excellently done. If you want to learn, I think I only watched the opening and closing statements and maybe a little bit of testimony one day, but honestly, if you want to learn how to deliver really effective opening and closing statements, that was masterclass on both of them. Okay, here we go.
It's insane. It's bizarre. Something's just not right about that. Well, the answer is actually relatively simple. She never was missing. Kaylee Anthony died on June 16, 2008, when she drowned in her family's swimming pool. You're going to hear that Kaylee loved to swim, and Kaylee could get out of the house very easily and did so on that day. We hear about it every day, or once a week, or once every other week. We hear of a story on the news, or we'll see a little blurb on the newspaper about some poor child who accidentally drowned in the family swimming pool. Well, the reason we're all here is because not of the commonality of this tragedy. Well, unfortunately, it's far too common. In fact, in the state of Florida, it is the #1 way that children die, is drowning in swimming pools. But what makes this case different, what makes it unique, what makes the reason we're all standing here today is because not of the commonality, but of the uniqueness of the family that it happened to. You will hear stories about a family that is incredibly dysfunctional.
Only a portion of the opening statement.
About ugly things, secret things, things that people don't speak about, things that Casey never spoke about.
Conveniently.
Come with me to 4937 Hope Spring Drive, or as you can see, it looks like the all-American home. In fact, you can drive by any home in the United States and never know what goes on behind closed doors. You never know what secrets lie within. You never know. On June 16, 2008, after Kaylee died, Casey did what she's been doing all her life, or for most of it, hiding her pain. Going into that dark corner and pretending that she does not live in the situation that she's living in.
You know what?
She went back to that deep, dark, ugly place.
You did? Are you sure?
To pretend.
Yeah, I got it. It's on Core TV, though.
Oh, that's great.
Look
Good
at that
job.
resolution.
Oh, it's so good.
Okay. So here we go.
You
This
know,
is,
he really is good. He really is good. I mean, he's already got me. I'm like, yeah, get her. Not guilty. Just
yeah.
immediately.
If you want to know how good he is here, if you type in Jose Baez, Casey Anthony, let's just read this. Wait, opening statement. Let me add that opening statement. There's LandoSentinel.com has opening statement still haunts Baez and Casey Anthony. The opening statement defense attorney Jose Baez delivered during Casey Anthony's criminal trial continues to shadow the lawyer and haunt his client. Oh God, it's got this.
Of course, now my audience knows on Locals, we've been watching the Casey Anthony documentary. She has a totally different story. She says there's no way Kaylee drowned. She says she didn't drown. So now she's changing. She's going against her own defense, which she can do because nobody can try her again for the same crime.
Yep. It's a weird artifact of this. They could try her for a different crime if it's within the statute of limitations. I would imagine any potential crimes. This is why we're getting documentaries and stuff now, and why she's talking about it now, is that we're outside of that statute on stuff like maybe desecration of a corpse or something like that. I don't know what.
Justice.
Yeah, they can always try and find something to tag you with, so long as they're within the statute of limitations. But we're 11 years out now.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Mr. Baez, you may proceed.
Oh God, it's so much better.
Oh, so good. Nick, you're amazing. He's the madman.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the defense, I want to thank you for the sacrifice that you've made in your jury service and coming here.
I'm going to turn this up just a
helping
bit.
us see justice. We know it's no easy task, and we intend, I'm sure both sides, on getting you home as quickly as possible once you have all of the information that you need, and not a moment before. We are here, and you had to leave your homes because of an onslaught of publicity that lasted for 3 years. In the middle of sound bites and sensational media coverage, Casey Anthony stands trial for her life. Now, what I'd like to cover with you, I've organized my opening statement into several different ways. I'd like to cover with you what I'm going to go over first. First off, I'd like to tell you what happened. We sat through almost 2 hours. There was day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and so on and so on. And no one ever told you what happened. But today, you will be the first people to know exactly what happened to Kaylee Marie Anthony. I will also discuss with you Mr. Roy Kronk. That name was silent throughout the first 2 hours of this morning. And I think you're going to find after I conclude that it's going to be shocking why that name wasn't mentioned to you previously. What, if any, role Mr. Kronk will have in your evaluation of the evidence? I think that's very important.
Part of why he's good. He had the opening hook. Nobody told you what happened. I'm going to tell you what happened.
Yeah, right.
Then he puts up a PowerPoint. Here's what we're going to go through.
This investigation.
Here's the story.
Was extremely thorough when it comes to focusing in on Casey. Probably the most comprehensive investigation that you will ever come across and in the history of the state of Florida. It was directed at one person and one person only.
It's a good argument.
Now,
they didn't look at anybody else.
The problem with this investigation that you'll find is that it reached the level of desperation. And that's going to be covered throughout my opening statement and my opening remarks. At what point do we stop speculating? At what point do we stop guessing? At what point do we stop being so desperate? Now, after the investigation, I want to talk to you about Suburban Drive. Suburban Drive is the location which is right around the corner from the Anthony home, and it is where Kaylee's remains were recovered. And there are numerous suspicious circumstances surrounding that location, and I want to make sure it's brought to light to you. I want to make sure you all understand what was there, who was there, and for how long. And then after that, I'd like to discuss Miss Anthony's car. Now, as you've noticed from this morning, there was a significant amount of time that had to deal with this car. And the evidence, or the lack of evidence, or the confusion of the evidence that surrounds this car will probably double, if not triple, the length of this trial. And at the end of it, you may find yourselves asking yourselves, after so much time, is that really relevant? Does it answer the question? Does it tell us how Kaylee died? And that's why you're all here today. We're not here to talk about day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. We're not here to talk about how inappropriate Casey acted, her foolish actions. We're here to talk about, and we're here to find out exactly how Kaylee died. And that's the key issue throughout this entire case. You may get distracted by emotion, and you may get distracted by what some might say reaches the level of bizarre. But you cannot lose focus, and you cannot forget that you're here on a first-degree murder case, a death penalty case, where they want to take someone's life.
That was the mistake.
And
Should have gone for 15 years.
And you're going to find that this is not a murder case. This is not a manslaughter case. This is not a case of aggravated child abuse. This is none of those things.
This is a tragedy.
But you can't be distracted. We all chose you because we thought you were the best jurors to sit on this case.
God, he's good.
Wouldn't be distracted by emotion that would let the law guide you
No,
in
you're
making
special.
a just decision.
You guys will make the right choice.
The death of a child is a horrible, horrible tragedy. And no
He
one
sets it up to make them know that makes them better than others
we
too.
have to remain focused. We're
Can't
not
be
the
distracted by the dead kid in
We
the
don't
murder
have the
trial. That'd be
opportunity
silly.
to speculate and to draw in viewers and to sensationalize
Here you
life.
go.
And that's what we're going to talk about throughout this trial,
Sensationalized
is life.
life.
Some of the happy things, but many of the ugly things that come along with life. And that's what this case is going to be about. Afterwards, I want to talk about the forensics. Exactly what reliable forensics you can rely on and what isn't necessarily science, but more like science fiction. And you'll see that throughout the course of this trial as the state reaches that level of desperation. And then I want to conclude with my parting remarks and tell you where I think at the very end of this trial we will end up at. Now, everyone wants to know what
I'm
happened.
going to tell you where you're going to end up.
How in the world can a mother wait 30 days before ever reporting her child missing? It's insane.
So here's where the
bizarre.
other one was picking up.
Something's just not right about that. Well, the answer is actually relatively simple. She never was missing. Kaylee Anthony died on June 16, 2008, when she drowned in her family's swimming pool. You're going to hear that Kaylee loved to swim, and Kaylee could get out of the house very easily and did so on that day. We hear about it every day, or once a week, or once every other week. We hear of a story on the news, or we'll see a little blurb on the newspaper about some poor child who accidentally drowned in the family swimming pool. Well, the reason we're all here is because not of the commonality of this tragedy. Now, that's unfortunately, it's far too common. In fact, in the state of Florida, it is the #1 way that children die, is drowning in swimming pools.
Nothing
But
out of the
what makes
ordinary about
case
this.
different, what makes it unique, what makes the reason we're all standing here today is because not of the commonality, but of the uniqueness of the family that it happened to. You will hear stories about a family that is incredibly dysfunctional. You will hear about ugly things, secret things, things that people don't speak about, things that Casey never spoke about. Come with me to 4937 Hope Spring Drive, or as you can see, it looks like the all-American home. In fact, you can drive by any home in the United States and never know what goes on behind closed doors. You never know what secrets lie within. You never know what's going on.
Prior than Amber Heard. But she has the same facial expressions. It's weird. When you're watching her in the documentary, she has almost the exact same
2008, after Kaylee died,
mannerisms.
Casey did what she's been doing all her life,
It's that
or for most of it, hiding her
pathology
pain.
behind it.
Going into that dark corner and pretending that she does not live in the situation that she's living in. She went back to that deep, ugly place called denial to pretend as if nothing was wrong. And you'll see as the evidence comes in that that is the most likely conclusion of the evidence, that something's not right here. Something's not right with this girl. You've heard some of it today. Some of it may have been shocking already for you to listen to. But what you don't hear, what you didn't hear, is that Casey was an excellent mother. She took care of Kaylee. That child never went without food, without clothing, without shelter. You won't hear a single person come up here and testify how she was neglected or abused. There's no broken bones. There's no trips to the hospital. There's no
Accidental death is still a crime if you don't report it.
would help you determine that
One
this
charge
child
is not
was
reporting
abused
it.
or anything.
This charge
but
is
loved
causing it.
by
Right.
all members,
Stupid charge.
especially her mother. The photographs that Mr. Burdick talked about early on, they were all taken by Casey. Casey adored her child. And you'll see photographs of her room, of her life, and you'll know that this child was loved, but not for a horrible tragedy, a common tragedy. Are we all here today? You see, this family must keep its secrets quiet. And it all began when Casey was 8 years old and her father came into her room and began to touch her inappropriately. And it escalated. And it escalated.
We're not going to be swayed by emotion, but let me give you a
What
whole
does a
bunch of them.
sex abuse survivor look like?
Exactly.
They wear a scarlet letter. They have a tattoo on their forehead. We could all be sitting next to a person who's a sex abuse survivor and never even know it. These things are kept quiet. And these ugly secrets slowly will come out through this trial. A little bit of a sign here, a sign there, a sign here. And you'll be able to know.
This is a really good
and see
rhetorical
what
technique.
makes
You're going to get a
Casey
sprinkling of
Anthony
this. So he wants them looking for these things
Why
specifically.
did
He's telling them
she
you're going to, I'm
act
not going to
as
just
if
tell you
nothing was
straightforward.
wrong?
It's going to pop out here and here and
She
here and
didn't
here.
run.
Watch for it. Watch for
She
this
didn't
thing.
move to California, New York, and say to her parents, sorry, you're never going to see your granddaughter again. That's the easiest thing to do. Instead, she acted as if it never happened. It never even happened. You hear stories of this Danny the nanny. It's true. For 2 years, she pretended she had a job and pretended she had a nanny. Is that normal? Is that what normal people do?
It's good that
They
he's
get
addressing
dressed
that
up.
right away, though.
Hand
Like,
wave
this
the
is
line.
batshit crazy.
Hand wave the fact
They
that
have
she
fake
lied for
emails
2
from
years.
work.
I've got an explanation.
Well, there was a reason behind this. Something's not right here. And anything Casey could do to protect her child, she did, including living a lie, making up a nanny, making up a job. That's what Casey had to do to live. She wanted to live, she forced herself to live in a world that she wanted to, not the one she was thrust into. And you're going to see throughout this case how some of this evidence came to be. For example, when Casey came home and told her family that she was pregnant, just to be quiet. No one wants to know. Why? I hate to say, you'll have to speculate why. Unfortunately, because of the way this case was investigated, we'll never know all the answers. But it wasn't until she was 7.5 months pregnant did the outside world know that Casey was with child. When Casey was about 7 months pregnant, the family went to a wedding. Her mother's brother's wedding. This is her uncle. They're there. That's their wedding photo in June. Kaylee was born in August. This is Casey, 7 months pregnant. Everyone wanted to know who the pregnant girl was at the party. When Cindy Anthony, Casey's mother, and George Anthony were confronted with this, they both looked at him like, they both looked at Cindy's brother like he was crazy. They denied. Cindy, who is a registered nurse, said, "Oh no, she's just retaining water." You'll hear other stories, well, oh, she just had a tumor.
This is the weirdest defense.
She's pregnant. There's no denying this. This is a pregnant girl.
He's got to explain the lie and the
But yet
obfuscation.
the entire family
and hiding.
wanted to keep it quiet.
But is that
Why?
true? Did they ever bring people to the stand to
They
say
did this child
she was obviously
beautiful
pregnant and telling people she
life.
wasn't? I wonder.
You can best
because
believe that
it's
they would
weird.
hide her death.
I don't know. I didn't watch the trial, so
Another
I don't
thing
know
you'll
that answer,
hear
but I know I see what he's doing.
is when Casey
He's got to
didn't wanna
hand wave
hide this
away the
anymore,
problem
she
of
went
her
to Cindy's
dishonesty.
job.
Explain it. Give the jury a reason
And
to say, oh yeah, her
In the
dishonesty
middle of the
is perfectly
summertime in
fine.
July, wearing an overcoat. Hot summer day, wearing a huge coat to hide her pregnancy. When coworkers saw her, they began to talk. Office gossip came around. And unfortunately, a week later, Cindy Anthony had to come in and announce that she was going to be a grandma. Something's not right here. This is strange. This is bizarre. This is the life of Casey Anthony. Now, as this case was being investigated, this all came to light. Everyone was aware that they hid this beautiful child like a flower in the attic.
Oh, geez.
They treated this
Remember that book?
as if it never happened.
Yep.
Police got to be a little suspicious. And you'll hear evidence that Casey has a brother, and he too wanted to follow in his father's footsteps. And on certain occasions when he was a teenager, he attempted to also touch his sister, although it didn't go as far. It got so bad that the FBI did a paternity test to see if he was Kaylee's father. And when he was confronted with this information. He didn't deny it. He said, we'll talk about it when the time is right. Well, the time is now. The time is now to try and save his sister's life, but yet these secrets, these family secrets still remain locked. You're gonna hear all kinds of bizarre family behavior.
I'm gonna pop.
It just doesn't make sense. How parents
It's my stream
should
now.
stand by their child.
Look at me. I'm
But
the
instead
host.
are throwing them under the bus, making bizarre statements and accusations. And that's what this case is going to be about. You're going to hear all
StreamYard
kinds
says
of
this will fix it.
interesting behavior from all parties, not just Casey. And once you see some of this behavior, you'll realize that the apple doesn't fall very far from the tree. We are what we are because of who brought us into this world and how we were raised. Casey was raised to lie. This child, who at 8 years old, learned to lie immediately. She could be 13 years old, have her father's penis in her mouth, and then go to school and play with the other kids as if nothing ever happened.
This dude's a fucking genius.
Nothing's wrong.
Holy crap.
That will help you understand why no one knew that her child was dead.
Nick, do you think it's weird that her dad is in the courtroom
That's the
and he's
most
also
important thing you must keep in the
a
back of your mind,
witness?
is that sex abuse does things to us.
No, lots of times direct
Changes
family
you.
get to be in as witnesses. It's
Some
weird.
people are fortunate to some people are fortunate to live with it. Others are not. And in this sad tragedy, it had to happen to Casey. On June 16th, 2008, Casey was home with Kaylee, and so was her father. Early morning hours, the exact time is not known. It could have been early afternoon, early morning. Actually, it was the early morning hours. George Anthony approached Casey and started yelling at her. "Where's Kaylee? Where's Kaylee?" They began to search the house. They couldn't find her. They searched in the bedroom. They searched under the beds, in the closets, in the garage. Then they went outside. This is a mock-up of the Anthony home, where you'll see they both came outside. Casey came around to the left of the house. George went that way towards the pool. They have an above-ground pool with a ladder. And we'll talk about the pool and the ladder in just a moment. But what happened next is, as soon as Casey came around this corner and went back, she saw George Anthony holding Kaylee in his arms. She immediately grabbed Kaylee and began to cry and cry and cry. And shortly thereafter, George began to yell at her. "Look what you've done. Your mother will never forgive you, and you will go to jail for child neglect for the rest of your freaking life." She cried and cried and asked for her father's help. And it was shortly thereafter that George did help. It's at this moment that Casey should have been stronger. Casey should have called 911. Casey should have done the right thing. And that's what she's guilty of. She's not guilty of murder. This is not a murder case.
Isn't that like
This is not a
manslaughter or
manslaughter case.
obstruction?
Not a manslaughter case. He just said
a
so.
sad, tragic accident.
There it is.
No
But
fault.
unintentional manslaughter is still
Death
manslaughter.
is covered up.
I looked at the
Why did
Florida
George do
statute.
Why didn't he call it?
She still could have got 15 years if they had gone after her for the right thing.
Here you
if
go.
the investigation had gone in a different
Why-
direction,
why didn't the
maybe we'd
dad call
have
the
answers
ambulance?
to those questions. But
I
unfortunately,
don't think.
we don't.
Maybe he wasn't there.
No,
We've
that's
done
what he's
our
saying. He
best,
was
and
there,
we'll do
right?
our
Like he was
best
yelling
Well,
at
he
him.
said that, but he denies that.
Unfortunately,
I know.
will go unanswered.
This is just a story. It's just
Here's
who
some
the hell
things
knows?
you must know.
Damn good
about the
story.
swimming. Cindy Anthony will testify that on June 15th, as Ms. Jane Burdick mentioned, Cindy Anthony and Kaylee went swimming. That was Father's Day. They went swimming until the early evening hours, late afternoon hours. They have a ladder that is on the pool, which they will both tell you they were religious about making sure the ladder was down so Kaylee wouldn't get up. They were religious about it. But unfortunately, did Cindy leave the ladder up? Did Cindy forget? Because right about the time they were getting out of the pool, Casey came home. We don't know. We don't know. Is she holding guilt inside of her for leaving that ladder up? We don't know. Again, if the investigation had gone in another direction, we might know. George Anthony will tell you that Kaylee used to wake him up all the time in the morning and say, "Jojo, swim, Jojo, swim," and that she can get out of the house in a hurry through the sliding glass doors and get out immediately. And that's why they were so religious about the pool. Now, something extremely odd happens the day after Kaylee drowned in the pool. And that is on the 17th, the day after, Cindy Anthony goes to work and tells two coworkers that someone is swimming in her pool. And they're like, "Of course someone's swimming in your pool. That's what pools are for. Pools are for people to swim in." Just, no, you don't understand. Someone left the ladder up. We're very religious about that. And someone left the gate open. I don't understand. This is June 17th, the day after. This is information that law enforcement had and completely ignored because they had murder on their minds. This couldn't be an accident. That's not sexy enough.
They specifically asked her if it was an accident.
You're lying.
They asked her, did she drown on accident?
The media loves it.
She said no.
Eating it up.
Of course.
You'll find professional police work took a back seat in this case.
She's a pathological liar, though.
They were more
because she was
concerned about
sexually
the public
assaulted, obviously.
than they were in doing their jobs.
Because you're exempt from all crimes if you are a victim of sexual assault now, I
15th of
guess.
July, Kaylee's reported missing. And immediately, within 24 hours, Cindy Anthony tells Detective Melich, who's the lead detective in this case, about the ladder incident. And it goes ignored. There's no follow-up. No questions asked. No information gathered. No forensics. Nothing. It's ignored. They're more concerned with the transport, the alleged transport of the car, than they are of what actually happened. This is a tragedy that snowballed out of control. And they didn't care.
I feel sorry for the cops who investigated this.
Is that George Anthony took certain steps to actually make sure he was as far away from this situation and that Casey would end up taking the blame for this. Why? Well, if Casey comes forward and is lying her butt off, who's going to believe a liar? Especially if they cry sexual abuse. So you'll see evidence, conclusive evidence.
Who would believe this ridiculous
that
story?
He took actual
You
steps
will.
to throw
You will.
under the bus.
I know it sounds ridiculous.
This is a salesman. I mean, it's great, right? Like,
but you're gonna buy it.
It's funny as you heard
Hook, line,
Ms.
and
Verdict
sinker.
tell you about Casey running out of gas.
You know, everybody thinks this.
Well, what
is
she does
stupid, but
do
the smart
is
one.
she does what she always does,
minute,
and that's
right?
go in the shed and take
They've
gas
got
from the gas
discernment.
cans.
They're smarter. They know what's
Everybody
going on.
knew
They
she
know the
wasn't
score.
working.
You're not
George
a rube
Anthony
like
knew
other
she
people.
wasn't working. But it's all
Guy's
part of the
so
lie.
good.
You're better than medium
It's all part
smart.
of the facade.
You're all the
above
way
average.
smart.
So what he does is on the 24th.
If I
of
ever get
June,
accused of murder, I'm hiring this
9
guy.
days after
100%.
Kaylee drowns. He reports gas cans missing. He calls the police. Now, this is an ex-detective. Who knows? When you report gas cans stolen, there's no detective that's going to come out and investigate the case because you've got some missing gas cans.
Is that her dad right there?
Yes.
You'll ask yourself when you hear this,
Evil laugh.
who would report gas cans missing?
I never heard this part. What did he report gas cans missing for?
Well, the answer is
9 days
George
after
Anthony
the
will. And the reason
9
why
days after the drowning. Here's the
will
reason.
come to light
Because you want to
6
know.
months later.
Why the fuck would anybody do this?
Kaylee's reported missing on the 15th. On the 17th, Detective Wells comes to the house and he asks to look around the backyard. He then searches the shed and asks George, can I take a look inside the shed? No problem. And he doesn't mention anything about this alleged gas can fight that Casey had with George Anthony, where he claims that she wouldn't let him near the trunk, and where, as Mr. Verdict said, here's your fucking gas cans. He doesn't say anything about that. But you will hear from the very first night, George Anthony was telling anyone and everyone who would listen, that car smells like a dead body.
Well, he's a
Something dead
cop.
was in
He
that
would
car.
know.
But
How
he
is that
only
good
did
for
it
her?
secretly. Not around Casey. Not around anyone. In fact, he took a special trip to the sheriff's office to make sure he could speak with detectives alone, away from his wife, away from his son, and also so Casey wouldn't hear it. She's already in jail. On the 30th, he tells the FBI about this fight. He doesn't tell Detective Wells on the 17th or the 18th, 19th, 20th, and so on. He waits for about 2 weeks before ever mentioning these gas cans and mentioning how they were stolen. And the police do what normal police do, and they say, oh, wait a minute. There might be some evidence on them gas cans. So they take the gas cans. And this is a photograph that they took on August 1st of 2008.
I thought they were missing. How could they get missing gas? I'm so confused
No, the
with the
guy
gas
found 'em.
cans.
He reported the gas cans. The detective came out and said, here's your like he found the gas
that
can.
Mr. Verdict mentioned is right on there. We've all seen duct tape, but it's very rare when you see duct tape with a logo on it. And this duct tape has a unique logo of the company right on it.
Here's the
That's
thing,
what
the dad
makes it
did
so
it.
distinguishable.
That's what he's selling. It's beautiful. God, this
That's
guy's
what she
good.
says. She says that her dad did it, but why didn't she
When
tell?
we were found, there was duct tape with the remains. 3 pieces of duct tape with the same brand. And is it a coincidence that the only place in the house, not on the pipes, not in the garage, not on some other, on some kind of repairs that may have been done in the house, the only place in the entire house that this duct tape is on this gas can. Just a couple of inches, but it's on this gas can that was coincidentally reported missing. Is that a coincidence?
I don't know.
Or
Is it?
something more, or is there more to the story?
Oh, I hope you're gonna tell me it.
Well, I'm sure he will.
On August 1st, right around this weekend.
This
August
isn't a
1st,
guy
August
selling a
2nd,
TV. This is a
George
guy
Anthony
selling
is
you
at
land
a
in a
Publix
different state
passing
that
out
you've never
flyers
visited.
of his missing granddaughter. that
Gotta
he
watch
knows is
Glenn
dead.
Gary, Glenn Ross. And watch Al
He's
Pacino's
passing
sales
out
pitch
flyers
in the
and
bar.
asking for donations.
That's this story. It's so fucking good.
But a news crew is filming him. In fact, 2 different news crews are there, and he interviews with them. And right behind the donation jar is a roll of duct tape. The duct tape hidden right behind the donation jar. Mind you, this is first week of August. Casey has been in jail for 2 weeks. All you have to do is follow the duct tape, and it will point to you who put Kaylee's remains.
Well, how come the cops didn't know this? Why didn't they investigate that then? Well,
Now you're asking the right questions, right?
How come Jose Baez didn't, show the cops, hey, you got the wrong person here. You should be investigating this guy. Look at the evidence we
Who
have.
had access to this duct tape was Casey Anthony. Well, that's not true. It's not true at all. Picture tells 1,000 words. He was at that command center. He was home on the 16th. The only person and the only piece of evidence, the only physical evidence that you will find in this case that connects Kaylee's remains to anyone at the home is this duct tape.
Have you ever seen Glengarry Glen Ross?
And that's
I've
why
seen
these
parts of it, not the whole thing.
Oh, you gotta watch that movie. So fucking
such a
good.
critical piece of evidence. You cannot deny it. You can see it. You can feel it. You
She
can
was on
touch it.
Prime.
This is evidence. And this tells you
What is she objecting to?
Him saying what is evidence in his opening statement.
and this will lead you
Really
to the answers that you
inappropriate.
need.
Ah, shit. It's on Prime, but it's free with ads, which means you can't do it on Twitch. Ah.
You can't use the ones with ads on Twitch. That's
Most
annoying.
importantly, you're going to hear evidence that while
But you
at
can play it on StreamYard
the supermarket
on their webinar thing.
granddaughter,
Kinda.
George Anthony met a younger woman.
Kinda might.
by the
That's
name
what
of
I've been doing.
Kinda might not.
Came close.
Not sure on the legality of that one.
They started dating, or they had an affair, whatever you want to call it.
Z,
He then
yes,
began going to her
he's
house,
defending a child killer, but that's his
visiting
job.
her.
And if the state can't
And on
overcome
one day
a story,
before Kaylee's remains were found,
then maybe the state doesn't have a good enough case to prosecute.
her name is Crystal Holloway.
And his story is not gonna it's not gonna
And they began
override
to carry on this
evidence
relationship.
and a properly conducted trial.
This is the woman in the circle looking over
Casey
at George
Anthony,
at
OJ,
Kaylee's
probably
memorial.
two of the
It's
most
Crystal
famous
Holloway.
botched prosecutions in history.
Right around that time, George Anthony sent her this text. Well, he has denied and will deny on this stand that he ever had a relationship with her. But he couldn't get around the guard at the gate where she lives in, because that woman saw him coming and going many times at her home. And Crystal Holloway will tell you that one day
kids
they
were
had a conversation,
jumping up above me.
her and George Anthony. And George began to
My
break
kid's
down
doing
and
the same
cry.
thing.
And she asked him, what happened to Kate?
That was on my birthday.
And he said, it was an accident that snowballed out of control.
Ooh.
This is before Kaylee was ever found. This is while he is out passing out flyers, asking for donations to help find his missing granddaughter. George Anthony carried around this guilt for many, many months. It got to its breaking point on January 22nd of 2009, when he decided to try and take his own life. Fortunately, he was unsuccessful and the police found him. And we never got the answer in his suicide note. Again, a lot of insinuations, a lot of roundabout talk, but no direct answers, no concrete answers as to why he has all of this evidence, all of this information, and isn't telling anyone. I want to be clear about something. Absolutely 100% crystal clear about something. We are not, nor will we ever, say that George Anthony killed Kaylee.
We're just gonna try and make you think it, though. We just made you believe it, though.
Just sold you the entire thing, but I'd never ask you to buy it.
True. It was an accident.
I want you to come to
And
me with
despite
that conclusion.
how easy it is to point the finger and say there's something sinister here, and maybe play on your emotions.
We just said his penis was in her mouth all the
matter
time,
is,
but we're not trying to make you think he's guilty.
This is not a murder case. This is not a manslaughter case. This is a tragic accident that
Spiraled out of
happened to
control.
some very disturbed people. People with
Shouldn't that still come with
significant
jail time? Just saying.
unresolved issues.
Not when you got the
unresolved
right
trauma.
jury.
And Jose Baez.
And while it's been fodder for the
Plus,
media,
this guy looks like he moves money for the mafia. I mean, that
bizarre
doesn't.
stories
That does not help.
on
Those
and on and
eyebrows.
on.
His eyebrows
Fact
that
of the
go
matter
straight up
is,
like this.
It's an awful
He's in every Martin
contrast
Scorsese movie.
and unfortunate. Now, I'd like to talk to you briefly about Mr. Roy Kronk, the name that you did hear during this Crane verdict's opening statement. Mr. Kronk is the person who found Kaylee's remains off of Suburban Drive. And I'm going to show you right now a brief diagram and the interesting circumstances surrounding Mr. Kronk and his discovery. Now, before I start, I want to tell you that Mr. Kronk, and again, we are not saying Mr. Kronk had anything to do with Kaylee's death.
Oh, but we're planting that there just in case
Morally bankrupt.
you might think he did.
Who actually took Kaylee's body and hid her. And anything that you derive from the scene off the Suburban Drive is completely unreliable because of the actions of Mr. Kronk. There was a $225,000 reward in this case, but it was for a live Kaylee. Mr. Kronk didn't read the fine print, and he thought he had himself a lottery ticket.
What?
Let me tell you and show you
They had a reward out for the return
how
of Kaylee alive.
was recovered.
They're saying this is the guy that buried
First of
her.
all, the
He
Anthony's
went and
live on
grabbed her to try and
4937
collect on the
That
reward.
doesn't make any sense.
Right down the block, around the corner, there's a wooded area. What's unique about this is it's the closest wooded area to the home.
You want to know
And
if
it
like
is the
any of these
absolute
other like
first place
junior lawyers,
anyone
what
would
happened to
look
them?
for a missing child. The first search party
Yeah, Casey Anthony's living with them.
and was probably there.
They paid for her life.
Katie Anthony was found within 20 feet off the side of the road. She wasn't found in the woods. She was found off the side of the road and was missing for 6 months. Let me give you an example.
Yeah, there was no evidence
This is
on
how
that
horrible
body.
it is, actually, Mr. Tyler.
It was decomposed in the hot Florida sun for 6 months. They found a skull. There was no tissue.
Now you're 4 feet away
And it wraps up in
from
duct
the
tape.
first
Sort
the
of.
actual wall.
Yeah.
The duct tape was hanging from one side of the bag and attached to the skull on the other side of the face. So the prosecution said it was over the mouth, but it was really just hanging.
Where you're sitting.
No way to really tell.
And if you take into consideration that there's grass that's about 5 feet, this is how far if you were mowing the lawn, walking by on your way to school, or walking your child to school, walking your dog, this is how far away you would be. And for 6 months, with thousands of searchers looking for Kaylee, hundreds of people off Suburban Drive, every character with an agenda was down here looking. We had psychic dog handlers.
Psychic dog
Serious.
handlers?
We had a psychic dog handler.
What?
We had psychics, private detectives, bounty hunters.
What's a psychic dog handler? I'm in the wrong business.
Police officers.
God, the
In
grift
fact,
is
in
so strong
October,
with some people.
there was 2 people called 911 because they heard of a screaming child in the woods. So police were dispatched. Helicopters were deployed, and they searched this entire perimeter area. They didn't find anything. So in September, they also searched this area. Volunteer searchers searched that area with a group called Texas EcuSearch. Then in the first week of November, again, they searched this area. Well, police also searched that area, but there are no reports of it. The only reports of searches that we could find were from the Orlando Police Department, not the Orange County Sheriff's Office. But yet, on December 11th, when Kaylee was found, the sheriff came out and announced that they were all over that area, and it was probably underwater. So the state of Florida does the smart thing and gets a hydrologist from the University of Florida to come out and conduct a study to be able to show to you how much underwater this area was. Well, it turns out that that place was only underwater for 10 days. The rest of the 6 months, it was completely dry. Well, not completely dry, but it was dry.
Not all the way.
Now let me tell you
Well,
about
not all the way,
Mr.
but,
Kronk and his
but almost completely.
On August 11th, Mr. Kronk is a meter reader, and he stopped off of Suburban Drive right around here with 2 of his coworkers. And right down the block, everyone was talking about the media frenzy over here. Now, this is August 11th. Kaylee's been reported missing for several weeks now. And there are about 5 or 6 news trucks parked outside of the Anthony home, and everyone's heard about this case, especially here in Orlando. One of Kronk's coworkers says to him, you know, this would be a good place to dump a body. They should search here.
Well, where did the body come from?
Mr. Kronk says, yeah, you're right.
If they're suggesting
Then goes
he
into the
buried her,
woods to urinate.
where'd he find her? I thought she
While
drowned.
he's urinating, he tells his friend,
What?
hey, I think I see a skull over here.
Hey,
And they start, oh, you're
I'm
crazy.
pissing
They
over
start
here, but I
walking
found this
towards him and
skull.
they see a dead snake.
Now there's
And
dead
they get so
snakes.
distracted by the snake
What?
that they forget about the skull.
I mean, who wouldn't?
Mr.
Really?
Kronk will later be asked, how sure were you that you saw a skull? They'll say 99.9999%. I was certain on August 11th, I saw a skull.
Good question. Is the dog
He doesn't
psychic
tell
or
his
the
friends
handler?
to get the snake
I need to
covered.
know more about this.
Yes.
He doesn't come down here and get a news van.
They're both
and
onto the
say,
other
"I
one's
found
bullshit,
Kaylee."
too.
It was nothing. Goes back to work. Doesn't mention it again to any of his coworkers. Well, later on that afternoon, Mr. Kronk calls 911 and says, you know, there's 2 little areas that you can go in, and there's one long big tree laying down, and a bit further up, I saw something round and white. Not saying it's Kaylee or anything like that, but you may want to check it out.
Is that really what he said?
Okay.
Is that verbatim?
Officers respond, but they drive by, they don't see anything.
Because it would be weird if
August
that's what he
12th,
said.
he calls again. And he talks about a suspicious gray bag, vinyl-like bag, even the material, vinyl. And he describes an area where someone ran across with a mower, but the weeds are still high, and a fallen tree that looks like someone tried to cut it with a white board. I'm sorry, someone tried to cut it, and there was a white board hanging across. A lot of details he's giving. Well, the police come out again, they drive by, they don't see anything. The next day, they tell him, why don't you come out tomorrow after work and you show us where exactly this happened. Well, he comes out and he meets a deputy. And the deputy's there to investigate a suspicious bag of bones. For some reason, it's not a skull anymore. It's a bag. The skull found its way into the bag. Deputy Kane arrives.
Is there a recording of this
a little
call?
bit more detail about what Deputy Kane said, but he doesn't find anything. Doesn't find the bag of bones.
You know what's great about this?
Doesn't find
And
anything.
again, he did this in the doctor
September
case.
goes by. October goes by.
When you watch other opening
November
statements,
goes by.
this dude
Mr.
is,
Crunk has the
I mean,
route
he is
of the
telling you
empty
the
home
whole
again.
story.
About a week later, he calls his son
He's,
up.
he's like, this is what
He
you're
has
going to
an
hear.
estranged son
He's not like,
that's in the Coast
you're going to
Guard.
hear, the evidence will show, blah, blah,
And
blah,
his
blah,
son
blah. He's
will
just
come
telling
here
you
and
what happened.
testify and tell you, my dad
Of course,
called me
right as he
and
sprinkles
told
this
me
in.
I
that-
found Kaylee's remains. Watch for me on TV because I'm going to be rich and famous. This is almost a month.
Yeah, she pretty much did,
before he
Laura. She
finds
was so
Kaylee.
boring. We couldn't even watch her. We had to turn her off. That's how bad it was, the prosecutor.
Yeah.
Couldn't even
December
watch
10th,
her. We got 20 seconds in and we're like, fuck
his
this.
car breaks down and he has a bill of $1,084. This is significant because he's broke. It's time to cash in his lottery ticket. December 11th, the very next day, he has the route again. As luck would have it, he has to urinate and goes into the same wooded area and finds Kaylee's remains. Reasonable doubt is not sprinkled throughout this case. Reasonable doubt lives here throughout the entire case. You will not be able to trust a thing having to do with Mr. Kronk because he had control of
Reasonable
Kaylee's
doubt
remains
isn't sprinkled in
for
throughout the
obviously several
entire
months.
case. The whole case is done.
Where he found her, we do not know.
Got to do it.
Nor will we ever know. And the reason for that is because the police never investigated him. This was their three-legged pony, and they were going to ride him to the finish line no matter what. Mr. Kronk says that on
He's
the
good
11th,
at the metaphors.
he goes to urinate and sees a plastic bag. Okay, he sees a plastic bag. He hits the plastic bag and he hears a thud. Then he takes his meter reader stick and he lifts the bag up and a skull rolls out. Again, somehow the skull made it into the bag and now a skull rolls out. And they ask him, is there anything else you want to tell us?
He saw
And
his
he doesn't
skull.
say,
Where's he saw his skull? But now it's in
I
a
called
bag.
you 4 months ago, 3 times. He doesn't say a word. Now, he may come up here and lie and say, yes, I told them. In fact, he does. He says later on, he says, I did tell the police, but they told me, keep quiet about it.
What?
You don't want to say anything about that.
Is this true? Like, I just don't know what is true.
What we call a conflict in the evidence. Because the police
Okay, I'm
will
writing
thoroughly
it down.
deny
We need to hear this
that
guy's
they told Mr.
testimony.
Kronk to shut
This
up
guy who found the
and
body.
not say a word about calling back.
Are you
the
going to
body.
watch the whole trial?
No, highlights, important stuff, stuff I
I'm
want to
saying-
know.
It's like 6
Several days
months.
later,
I know,
they
it's
have to
30
go
Not
days.
6
the
months.
story.
Not, yeah, like the 1
They
month.
can't have skulls rolling out of bags because, as Mr. A. Burdick told you, that duct tape to them is the only thing they have. The duct tape that George had. They can't have a skull because the mandible where she was placed was directly underneath in the proper anatomical position. Skull rolling out of the bag isn't gonna end up that way, and they know it. So they massage Mr. Kronk's testimony, and he changes it. He says, "Yeah, didn't roll out of the bag. I just lifted the bag and it was underneath it." But he clearly says it dropped out of the bag. He's on audio, a written statement, everything. Sworn statements. Sworn to tell the truth. Well, one of the first responding officers, when they arrive to the scene and he's there, one of the first things he says to them is, "Do I still get the reward even though she's dead?"
Oh.
Ouch.
Second statement is, "Will my ex-wife find out about the reward if I get it?"
Quality guy.
Mr. Cronk's boss will come and testify that when he
Red
arrived
pill.
on the scene on
Quality guy.
Roy Kronk
I'm
was
gonna modify my
leaning
support order.
against his truck,
Bitch.
smoking a cigarette. And he turns to him and he says, "Alex, I just won the lottery."
Holy crap. Look at him. Look at this acting job he's doing right now. He's,
He's
acting
so
it out.
good.
Wow.
Police want Mr. Kronk to stay quiet.
It's like we just went to see a play.
They don't want these people getting at
Look
him.
at him faking the cigarette.
They don't want the media getting at
On
him.
the fucking
So
line.
they ask him, "Please stay quiet." And his response is, "Roy's got to eat too."
Oh!
What does Orange County do?
He's making this guy out to be the scum of the earth.
The great Orange County do. They hire him a lawyer. And
The
they pay for it.
state?
Orange
No.
County pays for a lawyer for this man to
What?
represent him.
Oh, lock
Then
up
he
the
becomes-
prosecutor right now. Just put her in jail immediately.
Anybody who wants to know why he won?
And the very first interview that Mr. Kronk gives is to Good Morning America, where he licenses
is.
them a photograph of a snake.
The guy was grifting.
In exchange for this snake photograph, $15,000.
Well, you can't fault
And
a
an
guy for
exclusive
selling a
interview with
picture to
Mr.
the
Roy
media
Kronk.
if they're going to buy
The
it.
man who found Katie's remains.
I'm all for charging the
he
media
gets his
exorbitant
reward.
fees for photographs.
He gets his interview. He becomes famous.
Oh yeah, but you're gonna use it to the jury, of course.
But there's one thing's for certain.
True.
You can't ignore any of this. At all. In fact, one of the call from August 12th ended up landing on a detective's desk sometime around late August. And it ended up in front of a detective named Gerald White. Gerald
Yeah,
White
Mike, how famous could he be? I've never heard of him. I mean,
went to the lead
did he
detective,
though?
Yuri Melich,
That's a good question.
and he asked him about this tip. Detective Melich looked at it and said, "That area's been searched already. But yet we don't have any records of any police searches. But you're going to hear numerous people saying the police searched there. You're going to hear witnesses come and testify that they were trespassed, told to get out of that area because that area had been searched many times. Where was she? What did Kronk do with her? Why did he place her there that way? And can you trust anything this man has to say?" And I would tell you, you can't. You will clearly see that you can't. The bright lights and the spotlight and the promise of fame and fortune took this man to take away all of the answers that you seek throughout this case. We would love to have more than just a photograph of the duct tape with George at Publix. We'd love to be able to tell you more and show you more, but we can't. And one thing you will know is that despite all of the ridiculous, stupid things that Casey did, that Mr. Aim Burdick told you about, there's not one piece of evidence, one single thread of evidence that links Casey to Kaylee's body.
Right, because it
There
was
you go.
decomposed.
She's dumb enough to leave her on the corner, but smart enough to outwit the FBI, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Orange County Sheriff's Office, OPD, Every law enforcement agency that the prosecution could muster up, every alphabet, the Secret Service.
By extension, he just called
They
all of
even
them fucking
autopsied the
stupid.
snake.
Well, maybe they
That's how
are.
desperate they were.
The top secret snake.
Yes, there was a snake autopsy.
A snake autopsy.
No, stop
They
it.
searched for every single thing they could
He really made them look dumb.
just to try and, well, it's quite obvious. A high-profile case. They had already made an arrest. Casey was arrested within 24 hours of being questioned, when there were clearly signs that something was not right with this girl. Something was just not right. They jumped the gun. They immediately made an arrest. We'll worry about the evidence later. And this is their evidence. This is how they get to where we are today. This is how they ask you to take someone's life.
Big mistake. Huge.
As I mentioned, they don't even investigate Roy Kronk. They took everyone's phone records in this case, and they never asked for Mr. Kronk's phone records. We filed a motion to try and get him. He objected. He didn't want anyone looking at his phone records or his cell tower information to determine where he was during these months. And the police didn't want to go looking for it either. They weren't about to do that. They didn't confiscate his computer. We took his deposition. We asked him, can you turn over your computer to the police? We'll think about it. They did nothing to investigate this man. We found his son. We did. We went searching for him. And we found his son, who told us, my dad called me. They didn't go finding his son. My dad told me, watch, I'm going to be rich and famous.
Oh my God.
They weren't looking, and you're going to
Such a
notice
quality
that throughout
guy.
this case.
That guy's a gem.
There's
That guy's a
certain
gem to the
questions
defense.
They don't want answered. And they're not going to go looking for him. But they'll line up to sit here and tell you about Casey Anthony and her bad behavior, her inappropriateness. She's not acting right. And that's what this case is about. She didn't act right. They don't ask why she didn't act right. Only that day 1, you heard it, day 2, day 3, day 4. It takes an elegant prosecutor to come up and do these things.
I
and
don't
get
think
you
he's looked at
emotionally
notes
riled up,
even one time, Nick.
but there's still
No.
no answers.
No,
Just-
he's fucking
The
perfect.
swimming
Like
pool
literally,
incidents, the witnesses, the independent witnesses that
his
can come and
arguments are
tell you
so,
about
or
it.
his statements are so good.
There's no getting around them. No getting around them. These are people with no axe to grind.
Just as I said that, he reaches for his notes.
I want to talk briefly about the investigation.
Well, put it this way. I
know
never
I've touched on
noticed
it.
that he
You heard
looked at
Ms.
him.
Greenberg tell you that on this day, on day 7, Casey
Look
Anthony
at- he
was spotted
glanced.
on video at IKEA.
Yeah.
Did I miss
Day
something?
12,
No.
she
Here
was
we go.
spotted at the Blockbuster.
The
Where do I
prosecutor
transition here?
stood at the podium the whole time,
Day 13,
staring
she's
at her
at Applebee's.
notes.
Well, they sure did. They sure did
If
do
the
a thorough
prosecutor was as good
investigation
at storytelling
on her.
as Jose Baez, she'd be making the
yet they
same
still
money
can't come up with
privately
the
that he
evidence.
makes. And she's getting paid what at the time, 90 grand a
Yeah,
year to
probably.
do this, 80, 85. Whereas, I mean, he's making millions.
I wonder who paid her lawyers, though. Were they
This
paid?
is Sergeant John
I
Allen.
don't know.
He's one of the lead investigators in this case. He's about 5 feet from the road, and he's pointing at Kaylee's remains. But yet for 6 months and all of that investigation, no one could find her. Look how close he is. She was placed there to be found, not to be hidden. But unfortunately, she was placed there by Mr. Kronk, and we will never know the answers.
What? So are they suggesting that he found this body somewhere and then moved it so that it could be easily found? Weird.
Actually,
I think so.
Before I go into the car, I want to finish up on Suburban Drive for a moment. there are two videos that you will see. There are plenty of witnesses who will come up and take the stand and talk to you about Suburban Drive and whether it was dry or whether it was not. And okay, maybe you can rely on them. Unfortunately, it wasn't until the defense raised the issue that she was placed thereafter that law enforcement wanted to shut that down. And that was in 2009, a year after is when they started going to these volunteers and asking them. That place was underwater, right? That place was underwater, right? And of course, all of these, everybody who's all riled up about this case and can't stand the inappropriate girl, all tell the police the same thing. Yeah, it was underwater. Yeah, it was underwater. But there are two videos that you will see. One from a woman named Gail St. John, the psychic dog handler that I told you about. Right around in early August, she has a video where she drives by the Anthony home and you see all of the media trucks and drives down towards and around the house, around the
God, I
Suburban
wish it was a
Drive.
psychic dog handler.
And says, I'm having a feeling. They get out, she has her dogs walk, and you'll see the woman walking about 30 feet. It's dry, but it's right around the area where Kaylee was found.
Hit that like button on YouTube, you guys. You're doing a pretty good job, but
Most interesting.
not good enough.
You'll
Are
hear
your
about
thumbs
some private
broken?
investigators.
You can do better, frankly, chat.
1 month prior to Kaylee being found, we're out searching right at the area where Kaylee was found. What's interesting is these two private detectives were working for George and Cindy Anthony at the time. This may be a coincidence. Maybe. One of the private investigators, his name is Dominic Casey. He worked for the defense briefly early on in the case, and then he went off to work for the Anthonys. Dominic Casey will tell you that he was on the phone with a psychic.
It was speaking through the psychic dog handler.
Actually, first he tells everyone that he was investigating a tip that when Casey was a young girl, she would hang out in the woods. And that he was out there investigating. And the police say, well, wait a minute. Casey's not a young girl anymore. She's 22 years old.
Welcome, Rita. Glad to have you here.
To see if that's a teenage hangout. And then he changes the story and says, well, I was following up on a psychic tip. Well, it turns out this psychic was introduced to Dominic Casey by Cindy Anthony. It could be a coincidence. But on December 20th, when the sheriff's office decides to issue a search warrant of the Anthony home, one of the first words out of Cindy Anthony's mouth is, I had people search that area and the body wasn't there. That video, you will clearly see the water, the area is dry. Now I want to talk about the car. As I mentioned to you, actually, if you need a break, we can take a break.
Thanks, Brian.
Your Honor,
Can't see you.
I can keep going.
Members of the jury, you need your break now? Okay, you can continue.
All right. The car.
Did they literally just say no? We want to hear him keep going?
Subject of much debate.
God,
Oh, it's over.
you must have a
You will hear evidence
raging
in this
erection
case.
after hearing that.
Holy shit.
That has
I've
never been
got 'em.
admitted in a court of law.
The jury
Throughout the
doesn't
United
want to
States.
break. They're riveted.
The air samples that Ms. Drain Burdick told you about.
It's over. This trial was won
The
right now.
air has never been admitted in the state of Florida. The evidence that Ms. Drain Burdick told you about. As well as you're going to hear from a dog. While the dog can't get up there and testify, his handler is going to talk about the dog.
Psychic dog
He-
handler for the
And
win.
his dog allegedly said.
Said.
We're going to get into that when we talk about the forensics. One of the important things that I want to talk about.
Curious.
Everyone talks about the smell.
They want to know what happened to the snake. They're
And there's
eating
some
popcorn.
Things you should know. And here they are.
God.
Oh.
June 16th is the day Kaylee drowned.
The break, if they would have taken a break, he might have lost the case.
On the
Like, I'm not
20th
even
of
kidding.
June is when Casey runs out of gas for the first time.
Because he's got to come
Now,
back and get
it's
back
gonna
into
be
that
the state's
flow.
contention.
Yep.
that
There's at
Kaylee
least someone on
was in
that
the
jury who's
trunk
got her legs crossed right
Casey's
now, who's
car
dying to go to the bathroom,
from the
but doesn't
16th
want to
to
stop
the 20th.
listening.
Yep.
Well, Casey runs out of gas, and she calls her boyfriend up.
30 minutes
Tony
left.
Lazaro.
The snake whisperer will be
And she
called.
does what she's always done. Goes and gets the gas cans. They break into the shed. They take the gas cans. Now, Tony Lazaro's
1 second, I gotta turn off my
testimony
camera.
will go unimpeached. And that is, this young man cooperated with law enforcement from the very first day. He refused to speak to us, only at deposition. He wore a wire when the police wanted to investigate Lee Anthony, and he allowed them to bug his phone. He did everything that law enforcement asked. And on this day, Casey runs out of gas and Tony picks her up. They get the gas cans and they go to the car. It's in her family's neighborhood. Well, they pour the gas, and after they're done with one of the cans, Casey opens the trunk and puts the cans in the trunk. 4 days would be obvious, significant human decomposition in the trunk, in the heated trunk of a car. And that car would reek tremendously. But yet Tony Lazaro doesn't smell a thing. And Casey doesn't go and handle the gas cans on her own. If she had a dead body in the trunk of the car, she wouldn't be calling the people to come out and come smell this car. So she gets the so
Want to interrogate every snake in the county.
and she puts the cans in the trunk. If she had a dead body in the trunk, she would have put it in the front of the seat, in the front seat.
I'm not
Wouldn't be
following this
opening up
gas can
so that he could
theory.
smell, and it doesn't smell a thing.
Maybe Lazaro's nostrils were burned by all the cocaine.
Are you sure you didn't smell anything? No. Well, maybe you were distracted by the fumes of the gasoline. And that's their explanation. That's their explanation. But the fact of the matter is, he doesn't smell a thing. And this is 4 days after, when he had complete access to that car and was right next to it, didn't smell a thing. On the 24th is when George files that famous police report. And he alleges this fight happens, even though he doesn't tell anybody until 2 weeks after he reports Kaylee missing. He doesn't say he smells it.
Snake specks.
If you believe
The
that
usual
never
snake
happened
specks.
to begin with. On the 27th, Casey is throwing out garbage.
Actually, Sharon, this is what great trials are like.
This
This
is
guy
a
is actually
picture of
entertaining.
Lazaro's
Normally,
complex.
it's boring as hell.
You can see in the very front of it, there's a dumpster.
This has it
People who
all.
live at this apartment complex
Snakes,
must carry
psychic
their
dog
trash
handlers.
to the front of the complex. Casey was staying there and she threw out the garbage. She threw the garbage in the trunk of her car. And
Sorry, I'm
like
back.
many of us forget sandwiches
You're
and
forgiven.
leftovers and doggy bags, she forgot to throw out the trash. This is the same day she actually runs out of gas.
There's so
That's
much
where
with
the
the
smell
gas
comes
and the
from.
gas cans in this story. I still haven't caught up to why. She runs out of gas, somebody brings her gas, then someone
This
throws
is
gas
garbage
cans.
from the trunk of the car. It's wet, sticky.
Gross.
And what do the police do when they're done with it? They take it into an air room and they dry it out. So it can't, and you will see, once it dries out, the smell goes away. And there's absolutely nothing that can be done to independently test or verify anything from this garbage. It's destroyed evidence. It's intentionally aired out. But this was in the trunk of the car for close to almost 3 weeks. The car is towed on the 30th. The tow truck driver doesn't smell anything. The tow yard company has to wait 4 days before they send out a notice. Your car is here. We have your car. Come get it if you want it. That would have been the 4th or the 5th of July. The Anthony family should have gotten that notice around the 7th or the 8th. Well, they don't go pick up the car until the 15th. George doesn't pick up the car until the 15th. Why? Why wait a week? They will tell you they didn't see the notice. But yet that car sat there for almost a week after they had notice. Again, questions we will never be able to answer for you. So Mr. Anthony goes to
Remember,
pick up the car.
he doesn't need to tell the other story. He just needs to create enough doubt to make it seem like there is another story, even if he can't tell
One
it.
of the very first things he does.
Or 2. He's come up with 2 so
One
far.
is missing.
They're both pretty good.
Granddaughter's missing.
Yep.
She's been missing. I haven't seen her for 30 days. I found my daughter, but I haven't found my granddaughter. And then he walks up to this car and asks for a witness to open the trunk.
Why is that? Kind of weird.
The stream verdict said, he'll come up here and say, oh, please don't let this be my Kaylee. And he will say, like he told detectives on numerous occasions, that he smelled a dead body in the trunk of that car. And it's a smell you never forget. Once you smell it, you never forget it. Of course, he's never, nor has anyone else in this case, had trash in the trunk of a car for 3 weeks in the Florida hot sun. So we don't know how to compare it to. But he is certain.
Rumble rant. They should have had Joe Biden sniff the car.
dead body.
He would have picked up on the kid's scent.
Oh my God.
What does he do? He doesn't pick up the phone.
That's so good.
Are you okay?
I got the
Honey,
down
are you
or the Chrome extension. It works, Nick. It
Where's
works.
Kaylee? Is she okay?
So good.
He's a detective, an ex-police detective. He knows he's smelling a dead body, and this is a possible crime scene. And what does he do? He gets in the car and wants to drive it home. And then he goes to work.
No big deal.
Making 0 attempts after not seeing his granddaughter for 30 days. And all of these, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, suspicious activities that the stream verdict told you about. Doesn't do a thing. He wants to distance himself. Stay away. Have nothing to do with this. What's interesting to you, that you should also note, ladies and gentlemen, is he also had access to this car. He shows up to pick up the car with none other than the gas cans.
Uh-oh.
The gas cans
How
again.
did he know that car was out of gas? He hadn't spoken. He's going to tell you he hadn't spoken to Casey in over 2 or 3 weeks, and that they found out through the notice that the car was there. How did he know to show up with gas cans? Well, he's going to tell you it was a lucky guess. Why doesn't he call the police? Why doesn't he call Casey to find out if she's all right? Or Kaylee to find out if Kaylee's all right? He doesn't do any of that because he knows. He knows exactly what happened and how it happened and when it happened. Questions that nothing the state will present to you will be able to answer. But he knows all the answers and doesn't say a word. Now, one of the interesting things that will happen is you'll hear that Cindy went to work too. Cindy did call Casey, did send her a text, major problems. And we don't know when Cindy Anthony found out what happened, or if she does to today. But
I'm
there's
just
one
here
thing
eating
for certain,
salsa
too.
and
She
chips.
went back to work.
In that order.
People were already asking questions about this car because she had to leave work to go get the car. And just like the pregnancy, they were asking questions. And they said, Cindy, you need to call the police. And Cindy says, no, I'll call Casey later. I'll deal with it later. So what does she do? She goes back to her desk and starts to work. It's not until one of the coworkers get the supervisor and make Cindy go home that she has to now confront reality. Just like the pregnancy, you're faced with reality.
Justin,
Heard
I'm
what
pretty sure that the
Mr.
gas
Greg
cans
said
did
about
it.
Casey.
That's what I think
He's
happened.
walking down Universal Studios. Oh, come here. This is
What he
my
did
office
right there
over
is
here.
so smart.
Let me walk down this way.
So he planted that
And
pregnancy
then faces
story on
reality.
the mom.
Well,
to
this
draw
is the
someone
way
up.
she was raised.
That's how you do it. This is what you
And
do.
think about that for a second. She takes law enforcement down this path, down to an office that doesn't exist.
It's her
This
mother's
is
fault that
how
she
this
lies.
family lives. This is
They
how
all lie.
Casey learned to deal with her problems. And now Cindy has to deal with this problem. So Cindy calls and finds Amy Heisinger and confronts Casey. Casey doesn't know what to say. So you hear her blame the babysitter that doesn't exist, that everybody knows doesn't exist.
Everybody knows it.
Or do they?
I don't know. Maybe there's some doubt. Who knows?
One of the most important and telling things that you're going to hear when you hear these 911 tapes is not what you hear, it's what you don't hear.
Oh, don't pay no attention to what you hear.
Where Cindy, who is hysterical on that 911 tape, she will turn and say, George, Casey says Zanny took the baby a month ago. And you hear dead silence. I want you to listen for that. When you hear that 911 tape and you hear Cindy Anthony hysterical.
So his non-response means he's guilty?
The baby's
Seems
missing.
reasonable.
He doesn't say a word.
Doesn't
He
say
doesn't
a
say,
word.
what? What do you mean she's missing?
Because he
Who
knows
has her?
she's missing.
Let's
he
go
knew the
get
whole
her.
time.
Nothing.
Not a thing.
Doesn't say a word. And that's because he knows where she's at. He knows what happened. This is no surprise. But
He's
he will
always
distance
known.
himself from it.
He's always
In
been at
fact,
war
in
with
one
East
sworn
Asia.
statement, he says he was there when Cindy called 911. Keeps wanting to say, I was at work. I was at work. I have any part of this. I'm just George. Just your average grandfather. Casey's the wild one. Casey's the one with all the stories.
Just your average child molesting grandfather.
He's saying this while he's with his mistress who's paying him money and he's pretending he's working. And
Wait,
that
he's got a
chick-
mistress that's paying him?
Crystal
Apparently.
Howard gave him money. So he could pretend he was working.
Nice
Cindy
work
thought
if
he
you
was
can get
working.
it.
My man
But you're only here
George.
about Casey's fake job, not about George's
What
fake job.
snake? Turns out George was the snake that ruled over all the others.
I want to touch briefly, and I'm just about to wrap it up,
Are you?
on some of the forensics that you'll hear.
Got 18 minutes left, buddy.
That's not exactly wrapping it up, Jose. False advertising.
Don't have to go to the bathroom. Don't have to go to the bathroom. Just stay with me. 18 minutes. I got you. But it's just a couple minutes. It's just a minute. Just a minute. Just a minute. One more minute.
One snake to rule them
You're going
all.
to hear about our evidence.
I want to hear about the snake autopsy some more.
one hair.
Oh, he's drawing now. He's writing things
What
on a
Ms.
whiteboard.
Drainberg didn't tell you is the FBI lab analyst was telling everyone, and she'll probably come and tell you too, that she can't say for certain that that hair came from a dead body. In fact, she sent out a request asking to find more hairs, and they did.
More hair.
We hired Dr. Henry Lee, one of the world's greatest forensic scientists, to go in and
State of Florida couldn't do
search
this, so
that
we
color.
had to do it.
And he found 17 different hairs, 17 more hairs. And before you start wondering what is Kaylee's hair doing in there in the trunk of the car, well, Casey's hair, other people's hair was in the trunk of the car. We often
Everybody's hair's in there. My
very
hair's in
easily.
there. Santis's hair.
None of them. Absolutely none of the other hairs. I think there was a total of 27 that ended up being inspected, had what they call the banding, the discoloration.
That guy's hair with the candy cane stripe tie in the
was
background.
awful.
All of his hairs were in there.
So when we went and took the depositions of the analyst, they got a bright idea. They decided to conduct a study. After we took their deposition, they realized that they had something that was not validated. So they did a study of live hairs in trunks, in water, it's exposed to all different elements. And they found they had a couple of what's called blind examinations that showed that there were some characteristics shown from live hairs. It's very questionable. And you will hear
They should have been able to know that it was
is
if it was dead hair or live
rarely,
hair, and they
if
couldn't
ever,
tell.
done on one single hair, this type of analysis, because you need more. You need to be able to be certain.
Was the psychic dog hair in the
This hair
trunk
means
too?
nothing.
Probably.
You'll hear about, again with the car, this dog. Well, this dog is retired. No longer works for the police department. But what Ms. Drainberg didn't tell you, she told you about the backyard, how they came out, the dog alerted, and how they dug there. But she didn't tell you they came back the next day. The dog didn't alert. There are things called false positives, handler bias that you're going to hear about. And it's interesting that the dog at the very same exact spot wouldn't alert the next day. You'll hear that when this dog went around the car, he broke every rule in the book. He didn't do a proper lineup. There should be multiple vehicles. The police officer should not know which is the suspect vehicle. So that gives you
This is actually a
credibility.
big
It lets you
problem
know
in canine
that
policing.
this is real.
Like
This isn't
unironically,
this isn't the dog cueing, the handler cueing off to the dog, because the dog wants to please its master. These are called tools.
I watched this
And that's what the
happen
dogs are. They're just simple
when I came back from the
tools.
Caribbean. I
There's a
tweeted about it. It was pretty
confirmatory
funny
test that must be done.
because
The
I watched them
he knew
indicate to a
exactly which
dog. It was a
car it
food and
was.
drug inspection.
And you'll hear
Or not
conflicting
food and drug,
testimony with whether it was one car, or two
agriculture,
cars.
plants.
He's the only one that says he searched two cars, that they were side by side.
Or would they find
All the
sex
other
toys
detectives
instead or
inside
something instead of
people tell you
fruit?
one car.
No, they didn't find anything, but they confiscated the bag and took
And
it
the
for
most
further
telling part
investigation.
about this dog is
It's like you
they
didn't
took
see.
this
There's
dog
nothing
out
in
to
there.
Suburban Drive after they had finished sifting and collecting all of Kaylee's remains. There were still several bones missing. And you will hear that, knowing that there were remains at this location, the dog never alerted. The reliability of this dog is questionable. I'd like to question the dog, but I can't. I'd like for you to hear it straight from the dog's mouth, but that's not possible. It's not really possible. And the reason is that a dog should not be testifying in a trial.
Oh,
And let's
please
not
put the
testify
dog on the stand.
No, that was
death
brilliant
penalty trial.
Yeah.
because he's shitting on the other dog testimony that's going to come out
This air sample,
by saying, well, I can't do this because you can't possibly. That's unreasonable.
as
But
Mr.
remember,
Rhetoric
the
told
state
you
has
about
a
Dr.
dog
Boss,
testifying.
a
Amazing.
very interesting man. Again, throughout the United States, This evidence has never been admitted in a court of law. And this is an experiment that he conducted, nothing more. An experiment in which you will see flaw after flaw after flaw. It's never been validated. It's never been independently tested. And he can't find a single person in the entire world that would agree with his theories. That's going to be long, drawn out, and boring. But the fact of the matter is that they're getting desperate. Air samples, pure desperation. You'll hear that this scientist is somewhat of an inventor. In fact, what he's doing is he's invented a sniffer machine. Looks like a metal detector.
A sniffer machine?
Sell it to law enforcement agencies across the country. And what
Was this something they made on Scooby-Doo?
To determine the chemical composition of human decomposition is this database.
A sniffer
it's now
machine.
being validated in this courtroom. And he holds a patent to that machine. And he stands to make millions, and has an inherent bias by his testimony.
Ooh.
You also hear that he has some other great ideas, like putting electronic leashes on flies to find dead bodies. And he also claims to be able to find hidden graves with a coat hanger. He's an interesting individual. And you'll get to hear plenty of his testimony.
Well, what did he do on graves with a coat hanger?
He just basically, it's like the guy's a fucking quack.
This is the
He invented a sniffing
evidence
machine. He's trying
A
to sell these
sniffing
dummies.
machine. Yeah, this sounds like some kind of ghost adventures. Like, what is happening? He's using like one of those divining rods or divining rods. That's what he's doing.
That's what he's saying.
Like, are you kidding? What was the state of Florida thinking? Sniffer machine equals Nick's nose.
There's no expense on trying to investigate Casey.
I am working on my patent for it.
Well, the jury verdict didn't tell you that they searched all of her clothing. They did a search warrant on the home. And they took every piece of clothing that Casey had in her closet. And they searched and they did the blue light to see if there was any blood or any suspicious stains. All came back negative. They took all her shoes, every pair of shoes that she owned, and they tested them for soil samples to see if they matched Suburban Drive. Negative. They took
After
textile
6
fibers.
months, would it still be there? You know?
Sorry if you can't. I know my handwriting's getting pretty bad there. They took textile fibers that they found off Suburban Drive. They compared it to her car and to their home. No match. They checked the duct tape. The duct tape had no fingerprints. They ran every kind of fingerprinting exam you can. No fingerprints on the duct tape. One of the easiest ways of being able to.
Again, would it be there after 6 months?
Yes, the duct tape was deteriorated to a certain extent.
Thank you for answering me.
They also searched the duct tape for DNA. No DNA of either Casey or Kaylee. But yet they want you to believe that she had duct tape wrapped around her mouth and was decomposing, completely decomposed, and not a shred of DNA on there.
No DNA.
Jose's the only man who listens to me.
They contaminated the duct tape. DNA is so sensitive, so easily attachable, that an analyst in the documents department contaminated the duct tape.
Yeah, but
There's
then
also
it
another
wasn't sitting in a
profile
swamp
there.
for 6
They don't
months
know. Partial profile.
after that.
Someone they don't know.
Because I bet it would be gone by then.
But
It's
it's
just
only
all I'm saying.
what's called one marker. So it's impossible to find who that DNA belongs to. But it is not impossible to exclude both
that would be
Casey
me.
and Kaylee.
Hi.
Completely excluded. There's usually what we call 13 different markers where they test DNA. And unfortunately, this is one, only one. Could be contamination or could not be. But there's one thing for certain. There's no forensic evidence that ties Casey to this. Again, she's too stupid to, she's dumb enough to leave the body off the side of the road, but yet smart enough to leave zero forensic evidence. Something's not right here. Something doesn't make sense. Well, they tested more hairs that they found. They did all kinds of tests.
Just testing everything. Anything
They
and
all
everything
came
they
back
can test.
negative.
Nothing. Couldn't find nothing.
Negative, negative, negative.
They're not going to tell you about that,
The
are
only
they?
thing that they are trying so desperately.
How
to
long till
tie
he wraps this up?
Kaylee
How
to
much longer?
the car.
Not much. Just a couple more minutes.
All right. I'm going to take a bathroom break. I'll be right
6
back.
minutes.
But one,
You want me to pause it?
if we get back
No.
to this piece, we get back to the
You'll handle it.
that is, how did Kaylee die? How did Kaylee die? The car doesn't shed any light on that. At best, it tells you she was transported. But you'll hear some testimony about a lie that George Anthony told, that Casey was driving her mother's car on one occasion, and that George chased her down the 408, which is a highway here. And they asked him for the toll records. They said, you should have the receipts. He said, oh yeah, I'll get them for you. We didn't get them. The investigators had to go get them. And they found out he lied. But he didn't get arrested for lying to law enforcement. At the end of this case, when you go back home and you're back in Clearwater and you're sitting around the dinner table and someone says to you, why did you find Casey Anthony not guilty? You're going to say, well, I was fed a wealth of information, like a V. All this information came, but it all boiled down to one thing.
This marker's dead. Dead marker.
Couldn't tell me how she
Guilty.
died. They couldn't prove this was a murder. They couldn't prove this was a manslaughter case. There was no evidence of any child abuse. And that's why we voted not guilty. You're going to see throughout the entirety of this case, I'm getting desperate here with this marker, that
You got nothing. You got no ink left, Jose. Grab another. There's probably a bag of them.
I'll do it down here. It's probably better. The prosecution, can we lift this up? The prosecution in a murder case
Murder.
is supposed to prove their case beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Not a forced doubt or speculative one, every reasonable doubt. They've got to present to you a case A to Z to prove their case. Well, if the A is George Anthony,
It's literally, there's nothing coming out of the marker. It did not give him
he
a
was
new
the
one.
last person that saw Kaylee. You really can't trust that, now, can you? In fact, if you remember the indictment, it says from June 15th, not the 16th. Makes you wonder if they even believe him. If you can't trust George Anthony, and they don't know how she died, because the medical examiner will testify that her death was a homicide, but by undetermined means. They don't know how she died, but they're going to tell you it's a murder or at the hands of another. So if you don't have this, you don't have A, and Mr. Kronk represents Z, you don't even have that. We'll never be able to answer all those questions. And partially because it was never looked into.
Cut?
But the fact remains.
That was weird.
This is not a murder case. And this is certainly not a manslaughter case. And there's definitely no evidence of any child abuse. When you've heard all the evidence, we're going to ask you to render a verdict of not guilty. All this aside, as important as some people think this case is, it's not nowhere near as important as it is to Casey. They didn't know her. They didn't love her the way Casey did. They didn't breastfeed Kaylee every 2 hours when she was born. They didn't wake up every 3 hours to feed her.
That was every 2 hours.
They weren't there when she first walked.
Evidence of neglect.
They weren't there to take care of her.
Your whole story
Casey
fell apart
was.
there, Jose.
And you can never bring Kaylee back for Casey. But you can help end this nightmare by sending her home. I'll ask you all, individually and collectively, to render a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Oh, God, he's so good. Like, honestly, it is hard.
And eventually married.
It is hard to imagine a. Here, let me stop that. Just a better way to do that. I mean, you're presented with this case, which is insane. You've got this woman who, by all accounts, seems to have clearly murdered her child. It seems to be, it just seems to be the thing that happened. I don't know how else to say it. So you've got that. You've got this crazy cover up. And how do you explain all of this? Well, you don't have to. Because Jose didn't tell us what happened. He told us he was going to tell us what happened, right? He's like, we're going to tell you exactly what happened. Does anybody know what happened?
No.
You don't have, but you kind of know. You kind of know what maybe didn't happen. And you kind of are wondering, like, yeah, I don't think the state story adds up. Like, whatever happened.
Well, it's because you don't. It's because you don't know. That's the problem. Is that how can they go forward with a first-degree murder charge when they can't tell you how the kid died? That doesn't make any sense. I did find the jury instructions though, and this is interesting because it does give them options. Here, it does give them options to do manslaughter. And to tell you the truth, I don't understand. Do you think it would have made a difference if? Hold on, let me put this up here so you can see it. Do you think it would have made a difference if the state had gone with not murder in the first? Nope, not aggravated child abuse. Nope, not that. Let's see.
Aggravated manslaughter of a child.
Not that one. It's wait, I missed it.
Were these her charging? This is
yes.
her. Okay.
This is the jury instructions. Not that one. I think it's this one. No, that's first degree. Where did it go? There's the manslaughter ones in here too. Aggravated manslaughter of a child. Here it is. Kaylee Marie Anthony is dead. So if these things are, beyond a reasonable doubt, she's dead. And Casey Marie Anthony's actions caused the death of Kaylee, or the death of Kaylee was caused by the culpable negligence of Casey. I don't know how that one didn't stick. And do you think it would have made a difference if the state had just charged her with this?
Well, I mean, this is in there. It's a lesser included. So she was not guilty of this.
I don't know how you.
Well, Okay, so culpable negligence is you have to consciously create, or no, you have to create an unreasonably dangerous situation, and then you have to consciously act in a way that
failure to use ordinary care.
Let me restate that. You have to consciously create an unjustifiably dangerous situation and then act adverse to your duty of care in that. So the negligence in civil cases just requires you to have some duty and to violate it. Culpable negligence means you have to create the situation. We talked about this a lot during the Kim Potter trial. But you have to create the unreasonably dangerous situation. You have to have enough criminal intent. And then through the negligence, that's how they get to liability. But it basically amounts to a recklessness standard. So it's I'll now define culpable.
I guess without being able to prove how she died, you wouldn't be able to say that there was any culpable negligence, would you?
No. So one way so here's what you could do. That she's swimming or something. So you take out the ladder. So it's harder for her. You're going to take the ladder out and clean it while the kid's swimming. And then you don't put the ladder back in the pool because you get distracted. So now you've created a more dangerous situation for the kid, because the kid needs a ladder to get out of the pool, because maybe just trying to pull themselves up on the side isn't going to work. And then you acted negligently after creating that situation, and that it's more dangerous for the kid. So now you've got culpable negligence. But they don't have any evidence of how, he said that she drowned, but we don't have any evidence of how that came about, when it came about, who was there. Maybe she just unlocked the door and walked outside and got in the pool.
Well, now Casey is saying, according to the documentary, that absolutely she did not drown, and that ladder was always locked up, and it was locked up that day. But she also says her father handed her soaking wet child, who was heavy and limp. And as a mother, when one of your kids is breathing or not. It's literally your whole job to make sure that they're breathing.
Yeah.
So how do you end up holding? So she is now testified by her own words, because she did not take the stand at all during her trial. But now she has come out in this Peacock thing, and she is saying, I held my limp, wet, heavy child, and then he took her from me and told me she was going to be okay, and I believed him. What? Well,
Yeah.
it doesn't. So to me, maybe we had the ability during the trial to be like, well, we don't know what happened, and she maybe wasn't involved. But now by her own testimony, she was involved. She has taken responsibility somehow. And now that she has admitted to having her missing child in her hands before her father supposedly took her away, is there a way to charge her with something like, I don't know, failure to alert authorities? Because what in the world?
Probably outside the statute.
Yeah, probably. God, this whole thing is just so awful. It's just because we will never know. But I will just say, Jose Baez is just fantastic. I just want to give him whatever he wants, because sure, you got me.
So
Snakes, gas cans, psychic dogs.
When you watch Glengarry Glen Ross, pay extra attention to Al Pacino's scenes at the beginning. So all these guys are in the sales meeting. That's this really famous scene with Alec Baldwin. He's like, always be closing, always be right.
Mm-hmm.
Al Pacino doesn't show up. He's the top salesman in the office. And so he doesn't have to be there. He's at a bar and he's just talking to this guy. And he's sitting down next to this guy. And he starts talking. And he's just kind of, talking to him. And he starts talking about these encounters. He's like, and it comes out of nowhere. He's like, imagine the great fucks you've had in your life. Right. And he's like doing all this stuff. He's just telling this story. And he's got this guy locked in. And then all of a sudden he pulls out this sheet of paper and he's like, look, I have this thing. I don't know if you're interested. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. But, he puts it down. He starts selling him land in a different state. They're selling investment real estate. And he's got this guy just hung on every word of these stories that don't really matter to what's going on. But the guy's pulled in. He's this magnetic speaker is talking to him. And he just has no chance. That's what I feel like Jose Baez. Like I was picturing Al Pacino's scene the entire time he's talking. I'm like, guys, he's just got people coming in here. He's doing everything about story just right. He's sprinkling in these details. The gas cans, I mean, are great. It's a common character that comes in through the whole story as this gas can. And then, you know, he previews it. He's like, yeah, the duct tape that's on her, it's the same kind. How would you even know? I mean, who uses branded duct tape? Well, George does, right? George uses branded duct tape. Nobody else you've ever heard of uses duct tape that's got a brand on it, but this one does. This is a unique duct tape. Casey doesn't use this. You don't use this. The psychic dog doesn't use this, but George uses it. Guess what's on Kaylee's body? Guess what's on that gas can that he brought to the thing? Why did he know to bring a gas can? Look, if the guy was a detective and a cop, he knows to bring a gas can to an impound lot because that might be the reason the car was towed in the first place, is that it was just out of gas and abandoned. So like, it's not weird that he was bringing a gas can to pick up this car. If he knows, like if he's worked in the police force, he's probably seen 100 cars go to the impound lot that need gas before they can get to the next gas station. Who knows? Like it's insane, but he just takes all these little details and puts them together. And he does point out some really ridiculous stuff about the case too. And it's interesting, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're going to bring in this forensic expert. Guess what he's invented? Let me tell you about this thing.
It's a sniffing machine.
It's a machine that sniffs.
I love the way that he describes these things. It really does make them sound ridiculous, you know?
Yeah.
It makes the police sound ridiculous about, she outsmarted the FBI and the Secret Service and every single top. I mean, he made them look and seem like the Keystone Cops.
Yeah. Yeah, he makes them look terrible. He's like, oh, she's so dumb, she buries her kid on the corner. And then she outsmarts everybody else. Like, two things happen there. One, everybody's incompetent and stupid, like to an unreasonable degree. Or two, she is actually really smart. And that's horrifying. Like that's kind of like a double-edged sword. But they go, like, your brain doesn't go to the second option, because how could she outsmart all of these people? Like, one, look at her. She's just a normal human. There's nothing remarkable about her.
I actually think she could have.
Oh, I think she could have too.
Tell you the truth. And I think Andrew Branca made the point the other day that really, in order to get away with murder here in this country, you just can't screw up. That's all. Right. Like, just don't screw up, because it's on the states. It's the state's burden, and it requires your cooperation for them to catch you. So if you don't cooperate, most of the time you're going to get away with it. And I think he's right about that. I want to get through some of the super chats that we got that came in. I've been holding them. Tarkina, thanks for that. She says, good to see the OG on your stream. Donated to the Give, Send, Go. I went ahead and bought the Believe Evidence book from Amazon. So if I win the raffle, I want the other one. You got it, Tarkino. We'll finish that raffle up soon. I'm waiting for the guy who won it yesterday to email me. And if he doesn't, I'm giving it away to somebody else. All right. Let's see. Who's the next one? Jimmy Touchdown. This is calling PR board a bunch of, what was the word? Fuckers? Is a discriminate, or what was the word? I don't know what this word is that he's wanting me to say. Is a discriminatory
That's probably the F slur.
Oh, that I can't say on YouTube, so I'm not going to. Clear violation of Rule 8.4G-H. First Amendment doesn't apply to that. You're done. What?
Actually, the First Amendment absolutely does apply to Rule 8.4G. And also, Jimmy Touchdown, you very smart individual. Rule 8.4G has already been struck down in Pennsylvania, and there will be lawsuits pending probably in all 50 states because it's been deemed unconstitutional as an impermissive restriction in violation of the First Amendment on an attorney's right to speak. Also, there's nothing about me calling anyone any slur that says that I'm not competently representing my client, which is what Rule 8.4 is always pertaining to, especially and particularly in Minnesota. I know you think you got something here, but isn't it weird? Isn't it strange how they haven't actually just issued a disciplinary action against me? Isn't that odd? Like they haven't even brought paperwork. I mean, I responded by the deadline back when it was, I mean, weeks ago now. I think we're 30 days out, something like that. You'd think it's a slam dunk case for them, right? Why haven't they done it? What's wrong with them?
What is 8.4 anyway? Or is it
Here,
hate speech code?
Yeah, here we go.
Which is totally unconstitutional, by the way, because there's no
conduct.
such thing as hate speech. And
Here's
it's ridiculous.
Here's what 8.4 is. 8.4 G. So it is professional misconduct for a lawyer to harass a person on the basis of sex, race, age, creed, religion, color, national origin, disability, sexual orientation, status, with regard to public assistance, ethnicity, or marital status in connection with a lawyer's professional activities. An H is commit a discriminatory act prohibited by federal, state, or local statute or ordinance, which none of that has actually happened. I've not committed any discriminatory act prohibited by a federal, state, or local statute or ordinance that reflects adversely on the lawyer's fitness as a lawyer. Whether a discriminatory act reflects adversely on the lawyer's fitness as a lawyer should be determined after consideration of all the circumstances, blah, 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 blah. Except your failure here is that there is no prohibition on using the F slur on YouTube by federal, state, or local statute, no matter what. A discriminatory act in violation would be me refusing service as a public accommodation on the basis of race, gender, national origin, sexual orientation, something like that. I haven't done that. I can call anybody I want the F slur, and I have to deal with the personal ramifications of that, but there are no professional ones. Also, I haven't harassed anybody on any basis, much less in the scope of my activities. Me screaming into the void is not harassment. I didn't direct any communications to them. I didn't clip it out and link it and email it to them. I didn't send it to their mom. I didn't call their school board and tell them they're a bunch of F slurs. I didn't do anything like that. I get that you're an idiot. Like, I get that you have no concept of how any of this works, but good luck.
Continue to send super chats to complain, though. That's perfectly fine.
And we'll see, by the way. That's the best part. We'll get to see. And if I'm wrong, I guess I'll get a discipline. And you know what the discipline will probably be? I'll probably have to take an extra CLE on ethics or racial sensitivity or something like that.
They'll send you to DEI training.
Literally, yes. That would most likely be it. Because what else are they going to do? If they disbarred every lawyer who dropped a slur directed at anybody, there'd be no lawyers left, homie.
This is true.
What do you think this is? Like, you think the government could just go around pulling licenses because they didn't like a word someone says? No, that's expressly what the First Amendment protects. You're also wrong about the confrontation clause, by the way, but cheers.
Ocean Way, thanks for the super chat, says that's why Elon met with Macron recently. He told Elon to keep the portal open. Elon is fooling everyone. His companies are funded by the government. I don't know what that means, but thank you for the super chat. Daisy Nimbus says raised $25.52 on the lawsuit through Robert Barnes, or for Robert Barnes, or for me through Robert Barnes, and that is really awesome. Thank you guys very much for that. 200 Watt Studio says women always saying it's not me. LOL. That was my my internet problems.
I didn't do it. It's not me.
200 Watt says this Casey girl sounds nice. Is she single? Listen, you can't fix her. Okay, I promise you.
Well,
Please don't try.
The question in locals was very pertinent. Casey Anthony or Jodi Arias? Which one do you pick?
Oh, you gotta go with Casey, obviously. It's still terrible. Oh, Casey says, I'm such a narcissist. Whenever he says her name, my ears perk up. Tamara Holloway says, I'm trying to watch, but it's pissing me off again. You're not the only one. 200 Watt Studio dropped out of the bag, meaning Casey. Tamara Holloway, wasn't that boring prosecutor on a recent case? I don't know. And if she was, I would tune out immediately. I could barely get through just a few seconds of her. Pepsi Man says, ask Nick what he's doing in the Caribbean. Hedonism too. Probably. He won't admit it, though. He won't admit it. He just won't.
Well, isn't it funnier to not admit it? I'll tell you what I was doing in the Caribbean. My wife and I had a very lovely trip. where we got to enjoy each other's company away from kids for what? I think it was 12 days. And it was
wow.
fantastic.
Isn't
it was
that amazing?
fantastic.
Isn't it amazing when you get to like sit across the table from your spouse and actually look at them in the eyeballs for once, like an actual have some eye contact? I swear that's one of the best things about getting away is that we realize we actually haven't looked at each other in a while because there's all this stuff going on. You know, it's like this one has to be here and we've got the calendar and then and every day is like this. Getting away is near impossible. And when you do it, it just feels so good.
Oh, it's great. Plus, you know, it's all inclusive, all the food and drinks you want, and nude beaches. So what's the problem?
No, not the nude beach talk again. I can't do this again, Nick.
I'm not. I said my bit on it. That's it.
I can't do it. I can't. I'm still getting emails about that, by the way.
Why?
Your chat hates me so much for not being into nude beaches. But I tell you what, like I said on Nick's show, I will fight for your right to go to your nude beach and to, you know, hang your wang out for everyone to see. You know, I'm all for your right to go do that. I just won't do it myself. But that's just me.
Yeah, no one should hate that opinion. I think it's just funny.
They do though. Red Jen sent a Rumble rant that says, "Don't forget to help Megan fight the school board," and she dropped the Give Send Go link, which is great. Thank you very much, Red Jen. And also, Red Jen, you just joined my locals, and I was thrilled to see you in there. She's awesome. She made this incredible commercial for against Prop 3 in Michigan. She just did it on her own and got her church to fund it. And it was awesome. And it went super viral and it was really cool. So she did really good work fighting that. It's too bad the people of Michigan were too stupid to vote against Prop 3. And it did pass. Did you know that, Nick? It passed. And now they have codified abortion and sterilization into the Michigan Constitution. Can you believe that?
Well, the good news is that the governor can just override the Michigan Constitution anyway. So just go ahead and get a Republican governor in there and they'll just override it because that's what Gretchen Whitmer's been doing.
Just declare an emergency and you can do whatever you want, right?
Yeah, literally, yes. And the courts upheld that, like, because Gretchen Whitmer allocated funds in direct violation of the Michigan Constitution and she said, well, I have an emergency order that I issued that cannot expire until Congress, I guess, I think if they had a 2/3 majority in the House and Senate of Michigan, they could force the end of the order. But they never had that. So
good Lord. It's terrible what's happened across this country to the Constitution, which is why I think this lawsuit that I want to file with Robert Barnes's help is so important because it forces just this small school board to pay attention to the Constitution for once and to actually be held accountable for it. I love it when they get caught doing things like this. That's kind of an open and shut case of like, no, you can't control the content of my speech. Yep. You're not allowed to do that. And when we catch you doing it, we give you a hard ass spanking in front of a judge because you can't do it. In fact, Nick, I've changed my opinion over the years. I used to be pro capital punishment, but I am now anti capital punishment, except in cases, here's my exception. Any government agent that violates your constitutional rights, even down to these little school board members, should get the chair immediately. Those are the only people who should get the capital punishment after a legit trial so that it never had execute 3 of them and see how fast it changes.
It wouldn't last long.
Would not last long.
Or just refuse to prosecute the tar and feathering squad that comes. This is what they used to do.
James Kuhn sent a super chat and I can't pull it up for some reason, but it says Nick shouldn't go to a nude beach. They think he's a beached whale. You mean you must be talking about Chunkita. But I don't see him here. And this guy says, Megan, I'd do anything for fun, but I won't do that. That's right. That's absolutely correct. Also, there's one more Rumble rant. SC Medic says, they should have had, Joe's shooting blanks. He also says they should have had Joe Biden sniff the car. Oh, I already read that one.
Yep.
You would have picked up that sent. Okay, I got that one. Great Chrome edition though, because that makes the rants so much easier. Holy cow. I have
Just make
lost
sure.
a lot of them.
Yeah, just make sure that when you start your Rumble stream, you open that thing right away, because it kind of depends on when it's not perfect at picking up older rants than when you open it.
Right.
But
So you just leave it open the whole time? Is that
Yeah.
what you do? Okay.
Yep. So
All
you
right,
just,
well,
yeah. Once you get to your stream, I always have the Rumble stream on my screen. And once you get there, just open that, because that's how you see the chat. And
yeah.
so yeah, hit that thing right away.
Upon the Horizon on Rumble says, I have a prescription bathing suit. Me too. I can't go to a beach without it.
Oh.
I have a prescription bathing suit. I am ordered. I have a doctor's order to wear my bathing suit at all times.
Must be done.
Oh, it's so funny. Oh, God. Oh, Nick. What are we going to do with you?
With me? I do nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong at all. I can't believe I'm being subjected to this. What are you gonna do to me? Here I am. I'm just this guy over here saying things on the internet, having a fun time, and it's like I murder puppies every day. I don't even know. It's like I go around kicking the homeless, which I do, but not on stream. And like, I just don't get it. I don't get it. I'm just trying to make people happy, and I keep making people mad.
So I want to read you something.
Oh God.
This is about the Oklahoma Open Meetings Act.
Okay.
And actually, the one in Wisconsin is like this too. And I want to see, let's see, where's the text? I had it open, but I must have lost it when I was having the problem with StreamYard. Text of the Open Meeting Act. Yeah. Okay. About public speech. So this is going to piss you off, I think. Let me see.
I'm gonna bet it does.
Well, and like I've been in contact with Oklahoma legislators about other things. And I think that they need to relook at this, because in their actual text, hold on, why is it not coming up? What did I Google? I Googled Open Meeting Act public comment. Let me try that. Because it doesn't guarantee the public the right to speak. Have you seen these Open Meeting Acts that are written like this?
No.
All right, let's see.
I don't read Open Meeting Acts.
Here it is. Okay, so I do, because I cover a lot of board meetings, right? And let me just read this to you. I'm not going to pull it up on the screen because I have to be on this stupid other screen for StreamYard. I'm just going to read this part because this is really bullshit. Nothing in the Oklahoma Open Meeting Act shall be construed to require public bodies to invite or permit comments from members of the general public during any of their meetings. What? Wait, isn't it when we go to public meetings, Nick, and isn't the public supposed to be allowed to speak? Isn't that the whole point of having a meeting with your representative?
I think if I have to kind of parse what's going on here, they could, in theory, hold a meeting that is informational and not have public comment. And this act can't require a public comment at that type of meeting.
I don't know about, but here's the thing though. If they're having a public meeting, I believe, and other states have in their open meeting acts, like in Open Meetings Act in Illinois, they are required to have public comment time. Here it says, nothing in this act shall be construed to require public bodies to invite or permit comments from members of the general public. That to me is absolutely the antithesis of what public meetings are supposed to be about.
I agree, but taking the devil's advocate argument, all right, let's say they're going to hold a press conference, or not, like, I don't know, just an informational statement by like a sheriff on an update on a subject. Like, so if the sheriff calls the thing, says, hey, there's been a shooting at the mall and we want to give a comment and let it go. So is
But
that
isn't that just a press conference?
I don't know.
You don't know because
maybe
no,
argue
a
that it's a
sheriff's
public meeting.
No, a public meeting is governed by certain rules. And so you have a public meeting that this act applies to is for elected boards. It's for elected boards. So and there are rules when you can have a closed meeting, and there are rules when you have to have an open meeting, right? You can go into special session for certain things, but you can't, like for lawsuits, for instance, like if you're being sued. So when we sue the Wauwatosa School Board, they will be able to have a special session where they get together and discuss it, and not in public. But there are very specific rules about that. If they are in a public meeting, though, where they're doing board business that applies to, let's say it's a school board, and so they're going to be voting on policy, they must debate it in public, and they must they're supposed to, the whole point of it is to be able to open the floor to public debate by the community themselves. So to write an Open Meetings Act like this, to me, is nuts. That says,
I agree.
Look what else it says. Nor shall anything in the Oklahoma Open Meeting Act be construed as establishing a right of any member of the general public to be permitted to speak before any public body. This is against the Constitution of the United States.
Let's see here.
I think. And then in letter B, it says, at their own discretion, public bodies may invite comments from the general public, and nothing in the Oklahoma Open Meetings Act shall be construed to prohibit the hearing of any such comments. But it's at their own discretion. Like, isn't this giving them way too much power to control speech? If they don't want to hear from the public, like these schools, like the school in Oklahoma does not want to hear from the public, they can just be like, well, we don't have to. We're not having this. We don't want to have comment on this.
Public policy of the Open Meetings Act. Encourage and facilitate and inform citizenry's understanding of the governmental process of government problems. So this is 311, section 25, right? That's what's on there up at the top.
What I'm reading is House
311 of 311.1 of Title 25.
I don't know where you see that.
It's in that.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. 311.1, Title 25.
To be codified in the Oklahoma statutes is section 311.1 of Title 25. So I'm on Title 25. 311. Oh, wait. 311.1 isn't in there yet.
It's not?
Not yet. So, I mean, it might not have taken effect yet.
Oh, maybe it didn't. Well, this was in 2003, so maybe they didn't pass it. I was trying to find in the Open Meetings Act, where's the language about public meetings, about public comment, I mean, specifically public comment.
I've got the current thing here. Hold on, I'll share my screen. Oklahoma, right?
Yeah, Wisconsin's is like this too, where Wisconsin says they don't have to allow public comment. And if they do, then they get to make all the rules. And I think that's nuts, because that you're asking for them to do stupid things like they did to me.
Yeah. So just to be clear, we're in Title 25, and then it should be 311.1, but we don't have a .1. We have 311. And if we go in there, we don't have a one subdivision. I mean, we have an A1 and a B1, but we don't have a 311.1, which should actually be its own thing between 311 and 312. So it must not have stuck, or it was passed and struck down, or it was, not passed at all. But
interesting. Yeah, I need to find out, because, and they make these things so difficult to find out, by the way. Is there anything in there that you can see that talks about public comment?
I mean, I can just look for nothing on comment. There's a lot of public. It's a public notice. Let's see. Yeah, just a bunch of public notice. Public bodies.
Interesting.
Public notice. 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 It doesn't say anything about comment in this section, but there's a bunch of sections.
Yeah, there's a whole ton of them, shit ton of them, which is, so I'm going to have to go search through there. I'm trying to find out what the actual law says in Oklahoma, because what the parents are reporting to me is that the school board in Edmond, where this trans male attacked 2 females in a public school bathroom and beat them up, they're saying that when they went in front of the school board, that the school board thinks they can dictate what they're allowed to talk about. And they may, if they're talking about, if 2 parents want to talk about the same thing, Nick, they make them share the time.
Oh my gosh.
I can't wait to see this in
insane.
person. I can't wait. I'm going to live stream at the next board meeting they have at this place. It's going to be on sometime in the 1st or 2nd week of January. So that should be interesting to watch them tell people, well, if you're talking, and they have to contact the superintendent beforehand and tell the superintendent what they plan to speak about. And I've got emails, Nick, of her replying and saying, no, I'm sorry, you can't talk about that. We've already talked about that. We're not having that anymore.
Jeez. Yeah, and it's dumb because all you have to do then is, if there's a subject that you don't want significant commentary on the controversy, you just front load it with you get some people to come in and speak, and you split the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
You just get 8 parents, 9 parents to come in. That 3 minutes, you got 12 seconds each.
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to say? Unless they all concede time to someone else to do the issue, but they're not gonna. That's their whole purpose.
Yeah, and they've limited their time, the time allowed for public comment, to 15 total minutes per meeting. So it doesn't matter if 200 people show up to speak. They only get a total of 15 minutes. I think that laws like this and policies like this ought to be struck down immediately and replaced with, the public only has one opportunity to come and speak before their public board, which is when they meet. And I don't care how many people show up. I think you should sit there and listen to every single one of them. That's your whole job.
Yep, I agree.
Did you ever watch Parks and Rec?
No, I've seen a couple episodes, but I didn't ever get into it.
Well, I think it was one of the first times when they have a public meeting, and Leslie, who's, the overeager public servant, she's like, this is my favorite time. It's my absolute favorite thing to do, is listen to the public. And this is their time to tell me what they think. And then they cut to the meeting, and it's just people insulting her for an hour. And she's sitting there going, yes, thank you, Mr. So-and-so. And she's doing exactly what she's supposed to do, though, which makes me laugh, because of all the public meetings I've gone to, it never goes that way. That's not how they behave. They're always trying to shut people up, shut people down. They just don't sit there and listen to it, which is really like, how hard is it for you to just sit there and listen to people say, hey, I don't like this?
Yeah, it's not that difficult. Anyone who's streamed at all has done it at some point. Like, you get a bunch of people pissed off about whatever you talk about, and they're going to tell you. They'll come tell you on Twitter. They'll do whatever. And you just kind of go, okay.
Okay, thanks for your opinion. Like,
yeah, I mean, I got it. But that's the thing that a lot of streamers need to learn, is like, not everyone's going to like what you do all the time, of course. And you can't always tailor your content and opinions and thoughts to what other people want to do. In fact, when I say you can't always, you almost never should. Almost never should. Because you should always do what you are interested in, what engages you, as much as possible. Otherwise, you start selling yourself out, and you get tired. And everybody's done this a little bit. You do the thing, you're like, I got to do this. I did this back during the election. It's like, the election grift was too good. You keep talking about the election. Every video you put out, 100,000 views. Like, oh God, man, it's good money. It's growing the channel. You got to do it. And then when you get tired of it and you stop, all those people who watched you for that content that you really didn't want to produce that much, but was easy, they go away. And so you're like, well, I mean, I got a payday, but I didn't get like a recurring audience. And that's why you don't do that. And I think there's a member or two of LawTube who learned that pretty hard lesson. But but like you have to do what you want to do. And that's what people end up wanting to see in the long run anyway. Sure, in the short term, I want to see this subject covered. No, don't do that. Like it's great, but in the long term, they're coming back to see you and your choices and your interests anyway. So
Did you see this? I don't know if you know. Do you know who Popat is?
Megan, have you seen my most recent tweet?
No, because Twitter is not showing me your tweets. I am so pissed off. Ever since you got kicked off and came back on, I don't see anything you do unless I go to your page, which I don't do because no one does that.
Yeah, it's weird. Here, I'll show you. I'll pull it up. I got it right here. This is my, yeah, it's there.
I have a little story about Popat.
Ken White, White, the biggest pussy on the internet.
Well,
Ken
so
White.
a long time ago, I remember him being kind of interesting and funny and kind of cool, like he was kind of normal.
Yep, we all kind of did.
Right? Wasn't he? Though I mean,
Yeah.
I seem to have this memory that he was at one time kind of cool, and he was the guy you go to with a legal question.
And he's a strong and staunch advocate of the First Amendment.
He was.
Not just the lame version of the First Amendment, just the First Amendment only applies to government. He was an advocate for free speech as a concept and a practice of everybody.
He sure was. And back when I wrote this book, it's called Shut Up, the Bizarre War That One Public Library Waged Against the First Amendment. I was involved in a lawsuit that was very interesting. It was a civil rights lawsuit. I was sued for defamation by this person who worked at this library for telling the truth about them hiding child porn from the constituents in Orland Park. They were hiding the fact that guys were accessing this stuff on their computers and they weren't calling the police and stuff. So anyway, when I told the truth about what was going on there, they sued me for defamation. I got great ass lawyers, Nick, from Kirkland Ellis, who took it because they looked at it and went, holy shit, this is a First Amendment case if we ever saw it, and we want it. And they took it for free because they wanted to do it. That's how good it was.
Yeah.
Well, so I sent the lawsuit to Popat. I sent it to him saying, look at this crazy library and look what they did.
Yeah.
Because I really would love to hear your take on this, because this is a really interesting case. I mean, it had Kirkland Ellis senior executive lawyers there rolling around laughing. That's how good this lawsuit was. If you guys want to get a good laugh, you've got to pick up this book, because you've never heard anything as bad as what this public library tried to do to me and my friend Kevin. I mean, they went after us for 3 years. It was insane. It ended up in a judgment against the library for us for $55,000. That's how bad it was. Okay. So I email him this, and it is a really interesting case, Nick. It was right up his alley. He emails me back one sentence. He says, never contact me again. I was like,
why?
Okay. No explanation. No explanation. Never, didn't say like, I hate you. I think you're stupid. I think your case is shit. Nothing. It was just never contact me again. It's so weird. It was weird.
That's so fucking strange. The guy's always maybe he knew who you were and just hated you or something.
I don't know, but like, take the opportunity to tell me then, I guess. I mean, wouldn't you like just never contact me again? It was so weird. But look what he says about leaving Twitter. This is a crack up.
He's such a bitch.
The last straw was Elon Musk sending lunatics and bigots against former employees and leaning into conspiracy theories. So I'm exercising my free speech and free association and leaving and shuttering the account. I'll probably delete the past tweets because I can't stomach them being available to promote this enterprise.
Oh, don't worry, Popat. No one cares about your past tweets. Like, that's not bringing anybody to Twitter.
He blocked everyone who was following him anyway. Like, he blocks everyone. And also, like, does it strike you as odd, Nick, that all these people who, dramatic exits. I love the dramatic flouncing. This is him flouncing off of Twitter. Does it strike you as odd, Nick, that people who leave Twitter like this voluntarily, like this is the side who has the choice whether to stay or go, while the
Yeah.
rest of us get banned and
Yep.
suspended and locked without our permission, without our consent? It just goes to show you that we are the better side, I think, because we don't treat our enemies the way they treat us. We don't look, Elon's in charge and Pope Hat hasn't been banned. He is free to just walk out the door.
Yep. No, that is maybe what many consider to be the flaw of the right, is that the right doesn't fight in the same way as the left. And I don't find it to be a flaw, but I get the concept, right? It's like, no. And my friend Ty talks about this. He's like, well, if you're in a war with someone with an automatic weapon, you're bringing a knife. It's not a good war. Okay, Ty, thank you for that Southern wisdom. I got it. But, you know,
It sounded just like him. It was funny. It was a good impression. But you should pull that one out more often.
There is this idea that if the other side is using chemical weapons, like we maybe still shouldn't use chemical weapons because those are bad. So maybe we don't want to do that. But other people have a different opinion on that. I don't know what the right answer is, right? I just stick with the principle of I believe in free speech, and I don't want to compromise that principle just because I think it'd be convenient to ban my dissenters, right? Like,
right.
Even though they would ban me in a heartbeat. Did you see, speaking of that, did you see Alejandra Caballero or whatever get roasted on Congress?
I have that. I did. I saved it somewhere. Where did I put it?
I went in on it last night. I watched it. That's the person who organized the ethics complaint campaign against me.
I do know that. And here's the thing about watching that video. So I watched it, and I know where it is. It's in my Twitter DMs. But here's what I didn't like about that. I did not like to see conservative lawmakers going after someone and saying, I think your rhetoric made me get attacked.
No, I 100% agree.
I hated that.
Weak.
Why on earth didn't she just say instead, would you like to be held to the same standard that you are suggesting for everyone else? Let me show you your words. Now, should I hold you accountable for Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh having a psychotic stalker show up at his house with a suitcase full of Baldos or something and try
those were a gift, Megan.
Him to death?
No, my favorite part is she says, when you tweeted that these Supreme Court justices should be accosted for the rest of their life, you're calling for the accosting of a Supreme Court justice. And he says, he says, I think it's being mischaracterized. Like, mischaracterized. It's exactly what you said. There's no characterization. It's clearly not comedy. It's not comedic. It's not hyperbolic. I mean, you're literally saying they should be accosted. Well, when you said they should be accosted, it's mischaracterization. How does that even make sense?
It doesn't make sense. And also, though, I don't like the way that I don't even know who these reps are. Do you know who these reps are? I'm actually not familiar with them.
And I hope it was performative, indignant. Like,
I kind of feel like it wasn't, though. I mean,
I know I didn't. I felt like it wasn't too.
And I don't want to see our side starting to do this. Like, this is not what I want for conservatives. We should not be playing these games. It is great, though, to pull up their tweets on these giant boards. Like, here, I'll put this up in case people don't know what we're talking about. This is a really short clip. Let's play it because then you'll know what I'm talking about here. Let's see.
Rhetoric targeting. Is rhetoric on social media a problem and a threat to our democracy, Mr. Ward?
Yes, absolutely.
Mr. Siegel?
Yes.
Ms. Caraballo?
Yes.
Ms. Nomani?
Yeah.
Ms. Tyler?
Yes.
Another question I have, do you believe that rhetoric targeting officials with violence for carrying out their constitutional duties is a threat to democracy, Mr. Ward? Mr. Siegel?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
The best part is the correct answer is no.
All right, thank you very much. Only a few weeks after the attempted attack on a Supreme Court justice on June 25th, one of the witnesses, Alejandra Caraballo, tweeted out the following in response to a decision on abortion overturning Roe v. Wade, and I'll quote directly from the tweet. The 6 justices
Costs like $18 each.
never know peace again. It is our civic duty to accost them every time they're in public. They are pariahs. Since women don't have their rights, these justices should never have a peaceful moment in public again. I know something about being accosted. The night of January 5th, I was physically accosted on the streets of DC in Navy Yard by a constituent of mine. I fervently blamed rhetoric on social media.
Yeah, that's your first mistake. Who is this person? What do you mean you fervently blamed rhetoric for some crazy person accosting you on the street?
Yeah, that's I think I went in on this last night too. It's like, no, rhetoric doesn't do this. People do this. And stop blaming rhetoric for other people's actions. The only thing rhetoric does is it may alert someone to the existence of something, but that is not causing someone to do something wrong or illegal. That's just giving information to people generally. And it's not like the rhetoric is being directed towards some deranged lunatic that you intend to go harm anybody. Right. And you're obviously not going to find anyone, me, criticizing rhetoric, because that's what I do. I use rhetoric as a device constantly. But yeah, this concept that the words made me do it is wrong. No, you made you do it. You made you do your thing.
And there is a difference. Like, for instance, during my library war, some troll on Facebook published a map to my house with instructions that someone should go and shoot me in the head. And I think that particular thing is a little different. Like, it's, okay, here's where she lives. Why don't you go and shoot her in the head? Is more of a threat than saying whatever it is that Alejandra is saying here, that Supreme Court justices should be accosted. Accosted in what way? I mean, like, what does that even mean? Do you mean protested everywhere they go? It doesn't mean, I don't really care what this thing is. I don't think that it's true that because Alejandra said this, that some guy went and tried to kidnap or hurt Brett Kavanaugh. And I just think it's weird when conservatives are agreeing with people like Alejandra, right?
Yeah, it's a problem. Because again, the correct answer was no. Do you think effectively, do you think criticism of a government official in the conduct of their constitutional duties damages democracy? No, of course not. Criticism of public officials, whether they're carrying out their democratic duties or whatever, their constitutional duties, criticism of a public official, that reinforces democracy. It reinforces the republic. It reinforces a participatory government, and it reinforces the First Amendment and the need to have it. We get to criticize them even if we're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Always. And if you can't criticize them while being wrong, then what they do is they just make you wrong. And once you're wrong, they silence the criticism. No one needs the right things protected. We always need the wrong things protected.
Yeah, and I just don't like this. I don't like this approach, although it still gets funnier.
Media, rhetoric at public events, for being physically accosted. I carry a gun everywhere.
Well, so she doesn't have to worry about it.
I am in my district and I'm at home, because I know personally that rhetoric has consequences. I've had my car key. I've had my house.
Yeah, that's not true.
I had someone trespass in my house as recently as August. I've been doxxed on social media about where I live.
You're a public representative.
And I've had to add to security everywhere I go. Often, because I can't afford it, I have to carry my own firearm wherever I go. And Alejandra Caraballo,
$86,000 a year to start. You have unlimited medical benefits. You have a per diem budget for food and lodging. You have a travel budget. You even, which is effectively unlimited. You also have a housing allowance if you want to have a second house in DC, and it gets bigger depending on
or
how
you
far
can go
away you
live in
are.
a gated community where there's security and you have cameras and you can put. Brian says, so where's the line? I mean, Nick, there's a legal definition of speech that is not legal. correct? And so threats are not legal. Like actual threats, death threats are not legal. You can report those, correct?
Yeah, of course. First of all, you can report non-threats. Like, she can report anything and she'll get extra treatment because she's a sitting government official and they take it a little bit more serious. There's a whole law enforcement division specifically dedicated to handling potential threats to sitting elected officials. So she's got extra security already baked into the process. But the reality is where it stops is simple. The limits of free speech: defamation, actual threats of violence, child pornography. There's really not much else.
Isn't incitement?
Yeah, incitement.
Also?
I categorize incitement in with a true threat because they tend to have the same sort of elements to them. I mean, there's slightly different crimes to threaten and incite, but you need the same things. It needs to be reasonably generated to, or a reasonable observer. For incitement, a reasonable observer would have to want to affect the incitement and be able theoretically to do so. So, like, I can't incite people to violence against, like, China. Like, it's impossible to do, or a particular person. Like, even if I pick out William Smith in Burbank, right, and I say, you know what? I wish a giant pack of angry people would bring baseball bats and beat that guy to death. Like, I can't do that because he's not around and I don't have a pack of angry people. They might theoretically be out there and they might theoretically hear the message, but where are they? And this goes back to Brandenburg versus Ohio, where there was a Nazi / KKK rally. They joined forces to deliver some of the fieriest right-wing speech we've ever heard, or whatever. And they had a whole thing against Jews and blacks. And if you can go read Brandenburg versus Ohio. I actually read the case on Stream Me a long time ago. You can't read it on YouTube. Too many racial slurs. And you can hear the speech, and it specifically calls for the hanging and killing and violence against an entire racial group. But the problem with it, with the arrest and all of the stuff that happened, is there weren't any black people around. So there was no one for the mob to be directed or incited to violence against. And so they said, yeah, you get to say all this really nasty stuff because there's no one for the violence to be directed towards imminently. Mm-hmm. And we can argue about stuff like imminence. That's where the arguments around incitement tend to be. But threats are the same thing. Threats, the way a threat works is
and harassment too. So harassment is part of that as well. If you can prove criminal harassment.
Yeah, harassment's a really tough one. It's really tough to get to criminal harassment. It usually involves an act, not the speech itself. So, like, harassment in a criminal sense is you keep calling someone on the phone, disturbing their peace, their peaceful enjoyment of their life. They tell you to stop, and then you keep doing it. That's where you get to criminal harassment.
That weirdo Tim Holmseth, who's had several criminal harassment charges against him because he calls everyone someone works with and harasses them too.
Right.
So it's not just you he's calling all the people you work with and everyone you know and your neighbors and everyone else. And that is criminal harassment. So
right. And critically, though, it doesn't matter what he says when he does that. What matters is the act of contacting all of these people for the specific criminal intent of causing you grief, anguish, stress, that type of thing. It's the act they're punishing there. For speech, it's really, really limited. A threat has to be reasonably intended to make the person believe the threat and become apprehensive, whether or not you plan on carrying it out or not.
See, I think the threat I got with the, here's a map to her house, aim for her head or whatever it was that said, I was reasonably apprehensive about that. I called the police. But you know what they said? They said that the word shoot could have been referring to taking a photograph.
That's the,
I'm like, are you kidding me?
It's the tough part of true threats is in Minnesota, the case law about it is really limited, but you effectively get down to this concept where you cannot use idioms in a threat. Like an idiot, like put her 6 feet under. Well, 6 feet under what? I mean, we know colloquially that means kill a person so that they're buried in a casket, right? but that's not what it literally means. So idiomatic usage gets protection for true threats because we're so protective of speech. That's what bothers me about this from a public official is like the limits of what you can say are so small. And even saying they should be accosted everywhere you go. To Alejandra Caballero's credit, that's a valid thing to say. Absolutely. Like I can wish these people are bothered, accosted. I can wish they're harassed. Frankly, I can technically, I could wish violence against them. Like I can do that. You're free to do that. You're free to wish that other people would commit violence against sitting public officials. I don't recommend it, but you're free to do that. We have the right. And so
I don't see anything terrible about about the tweet.
No, the tweet's fine. The funny thing is the hypocrisy of it. That's the main
as
bit.
they sit there and say that they believe that rhetoric is responsible for violence, and yet they're engaging in the exact same thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And that's of course what they always do. Like that's the difference is there are no bad tactics for these types of people, only bad targets.
Yeah. We don't have to watch the rest of it. You guys get the gist. I mean, you understand. The locals chat is sending tips and demanding more squats. So, hey, Nick, do you have to go to the bathroom or something? Because you got a minute and 22 seconds.
I can do it. No, I can. Do you want me to do another fat shame?
Or you can do a live fat shame. Yes, we want you to do another. But if you needed a break too, I wouldn't want to keep you from.
Well, I've got to go in 33 minutes.
I know.
So I don't need a break. I'm in for 33 minutes.
Oh, awesome. All right, cool. Well, let me pull back up your background music. Okay. So we
do squats.
Bat Dad. Did you hear that Bat Dad and his wife Jen got divorced a while ago?
Did they really?
I was very disappointed to hear that because I used to laugh at their videos so much. I mean, imagine wanting to divorce that guy.
Well, didn't seem that hard to imagine, frankly.
Who follows you around demanding that you do squats all day in a Batman mask. Yeah, that wouldn't get annoying at all now, would it?
Your husband's literally fat shaming you constantly.
Constantly. Oh, I'm sorry. This is taking me a long time because I now have to go in between incognito links and then back to my regular links in order to share stuff. It's just really annoying. But this is how I'm getting around my apparent Wi-Fi issue, which is what I was told by StreamYard. So, up.
Well, that was weird.
What?
Your mic cut out right there. It was very strange.
That is weird. Okay, let's see. Here we go. You guys ready? You're asking for the squats. Here they come. It doesn't get better than this.
Nope. That's it. Ladies, gentlemen, all of you obese monsters, get yourself up. Get yourself up. You just stopped huffing from that push-up session you did earlier. Now it's time to work out the big muscles. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I have really strong thighs. They better be strong. How could they not be? They pick your giant ass up every single second of the day. You're so fat. Your squats are your legs are flexing while you're sitting down. Your legs are flexing while you're laying down. But that's really it, just trying to process all the deep vein thrombosis from all of the butter that you keep huffing into your body, sucking it down, stick at a time. Disgusting monsters. Oh, are those cookies going straight to your thighs? No, they get stopped by the roadblock in your arteries. They're not going to make it to your thighs. That's why they're so pallid. That's why I can see through the skin to the veiny mess beneath. It's nothing but adipose tissue, sadness, and a couple drops of blood that have managed to sneak past the overwhelming weight of the rest of your body. You all disgust me. Ew.
It's time to burn your old socks. Because Grip 6 has created the greatest socks the world's ever seen.
Wait, get this rid of this. No one needs this. No one needs a commercial. Oh my goodness. I was laughing so hard. Huffing butter? That's a new one. I think you got better on the second go round. That was so good. Squizgar says, do squats. Thanks for the super chat. Can you believe people are now paying me to get them fat shamed into doing squats? It's fantastic.
It's good. It's good.
It's good. It's absolutely great. Oh, you guys are killing me. Because I'm so out of breath. I'm in such bad shape. Can't
How
even
many
do
squats did you do?
as many as I could in 1 minute and 22 seconds.
Did you count them?
No, I was listening to you. But I was doing it as fast as I could. Oh, God.
Oh, man. I love those old 80s aerobic videos. My aunt used to
Are
run
they
it.
funny?
My aunt used to run an aerobic studio down in Houston when I was a kid. And my mom would go to her classes and stuff, and she'd always take me. So I'd have to sit there and look at all these crazy, like, women in their 80s, like leotards doing the workouts. And then, like, step aerobics came out, and they all had those stupid little benches. And they're
that shit is hard.
Oh,
Have
I
you
know,
ever
I know.
tried that?
Oh, God, no, I'm not an idiot. The funny part was when my dad went to one of the classes with my mom, and she'd been doing like step aerobics for a while. And he's like, yeah, I could do that.
Oh, no.
Poor man was,
Step is hard.
he dropped a lake of sweat. Just, I was going to die.
Well, did you know that those weird videos where I got those from, those were the ones with all the people? Those were actual aerobic competitions.
I know.
The 80s were such a fun time to be alive. Like, it really was.
Oh, it's great.
I miss it. I miss it so much. There's just nothing you can't do in a unitard and some leg warmers.
You know, it's weird. So I have a quick story about the 80s and this workout stuff that I was just talking about, but a little bit more. That was the first time that I remember live seeing someone naked-ish that, you know, like, that was not on TV. But I didn't know what was happening. All right. I didn't understand. I'm a little kid. I had to be 5, 6 years old, something like that. And it was at my aunt's second exercise studio that she had opened. And there was like a playroom off to the side where the moms would bring their kids in. They go play with toys that are probably covered in AIDS or whatever. And it's like, who washed them? I don't know. But you go back this little side room and play with toys while your mom was doing aerobics. And I look outside, and all of the women are bent over, like they're doing something, right, where they're bent over in, like, on their hands and knees, you know, probably doing like leg lifts or something. And I look at this one woman, and her shirt is hanging like way down, like just like way open. And I'm like, why does she have 3 heads? Was all I could think as a child. I'm like, looking at this, I'm just staring basically up this woman, the bottom of this woman's shirt, going, why are there 3 heads there? And then I realized that it was her breasts hanging down and her head was hanging down like between them. And that is just etched into my mind forever. Like, I don't remember if she was big or little. I don't remember if she was attractive. Like, I did no concept of any of this. I was just confused by this alien shaped being sitting in front of me because she was not wearing like a leotard that sucked everything together. It was so strange.
You never know what you're going to hear from Rackets. You know, the strip mall daycare jello throwing up story, 3-headed breasticles. You just never know what you're going to hear. Oh my God.
I have weird, vivid memories from my childhood. And, you know, some of them are traumatic and some of them are just strange, but I'll never be able to get that image out of my head. It's just
I envy people who have memories of their childhood. I have none, and it's not because I was traumatized or something, and I've been forced to forget them. It's because the ADD is so strong that I can barely remember yesterday, and so trying to remember like when I was 5 or 6, like I swear all my memories are just based on photographs. And I can't tell if it's a real memory or just I remember the photograph. And it's so frustrating because most people I know have these really vivid memories of being a kid. And I have like 3. I have like maybe 3 memories. I remember hardly anything before I was 10 or 11 even.
Sure.
I don't remember much
I have-
about that year either, to tell you the truth.
I have very specific sets of memories pre-10 that like are kind of go-tos, but also something like we'll be doing whatever and something will trigger it, and I'll access a memory that I don't normally have access to. Like even as I'm saying this right now, it's like sending my brain down like these rabbit holes of stories. Like when I went over to my friend's house and his parents were watching Mommy Dearest and the wire hanger scene was on, right? Like just
creepy.
And I'm like, I just remember that wire hangers, buy you nice dresses. And you're like, oh my God, what's your mom watching?
I always think it's the scent memories that always hit me the most. So if I smell something that I remember from my childhood, that will bring me back to an actual memory. But like just trying to think of things, all I see are photographs. And it's weird. Like there's this one particular scent, and it's maybe sandalwood, but my grandmother's house in Virginia smelled like that. And she had all these really weird things from Vietnam in the house because she lived in Vietnam during the war with her husband, who I'm sure was CIA. His cover was a 4-star general, but I'm sure he was not. His best friend was John Warren of the Warren Report. So I don't believe a second of it. You know, Johnny would call, hey, Johnny's on the phone, and it's John Warren. So she had all this weird stuff from Vietnam. It smelled very exotic in her house in this beautiful area she had downstairs. And so every time I smelled that, like I'll go right back to that room, and I remember being in the room. But it's just weird. It's like I can't remember the things we just talked about or what was said or done. Like it's a bizarre thing. And so I worry that as I get older, God, if I get dementia, it's over in like a week and a half, because you can ask Mr.
All
Fox,
memories are going to be wiped out and it won't take long.
totally gone. It's not going to take long at all, because I barely remember anything now. So
I didn't, I've not been diagnosed ADHD, but
I can diagnose you. You have it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do. Like it's not a surprise if I do at all. But I was never diagnosed because it didn't really impact me as a kid. But as an adult, it does a lot. But I don't know how much it messes with my memory. But I also can't tell. For me, everything just blends together now because I'm streaming all the time, like every day. So I'm like, I don't know anything during streams. Like I'll remember that something happened, but I couldn't tell you when most of the time. But I do remember stuff outside of streams fairly well.
Well, that's good. Yeah, the Rumble chat is cracking jokes about my memory is all based on Nickelback. Look at this photograph.
I resisted doing it.
It's true. It's true. It's true, you guys. It's true. All right, let's see. I think I have a super chat that I missed. Jared Marquardt says, attacked by a pack of angry people. Thought you might go the Mel Gibson route for a moment there, Nick.
No. Oh God, do you not remember that?
Wait, you mean the so-called the racist rant or whatever it was that he did?
Have you ever listened to it?
No, no. I try not to listen to things like that. I mean, like what good could that possibly do?
It was spice.
Oh,
it's not good.
Right?
It's a really
Was it like
ugly.
Kanye level? It was like Kanye worse?
Let's just say graped by a pack of ninjas.
No, he really said that?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Ouch.
It was, that man. You could tell something was going on with him. Like when you listen to that
he was
rant,
drunk. Wasn't he drunk?
I don't know if he was drunk or on cocaine or on drunk cocaine meth. I don't know what it like.
Combination of all three.
It's the rest of it. It's not like his words from the rant. It's hearing him like hyperventilating and just like he sounded demonic. It was like
that's too bad.
If someone
kind of
was
like
there,
Alec Baldwin on that voicemail with his daughter calling her a pig
maybe
and stuff.
worse. Maybe worse
than Alec Baldwin. Wow.
It was
hard to believe.
Both of them. I mean, both of them are terrible, terrible like moments. But you could tell like if there had been someone in the room with him, he might have just beat them to death. Like he was just so he was turned up. He was turned up.
You know, it's too bad. It's too bad. Mel Gibson is such a talented person. Who knows what the personal demons are? But did you ever see the
judged by your worst moments? I mean,
yeah, nobody needs that.
You get judged by your worst moments when you kill someone. You get judged by the state. Okay, that makes sense. You get judged by the worst moment. Your worst moment in life that everyone remembers you for is you having some sort of episode where you lost your temper and screamed a bunch of stuff at someone. Like, that's not a bad life if that's the worst thing that you ever end up doing. Like,
yeah, he made that movie that I recently just saw for the first time, Apocalypto.
Oh, it's so
oh my god,
it's
it's so good. It's so good. I'm actually, I don't watch a lot of movies twice unless I really love them, but I watched it without Mr. Fox on accident because I couldn't stop watching it. And he's like, I can't believe you watched that without me. When we said we were going to watch it, I'm like, not only will I watch it again, I will watch it multiple times. That's how good it is.
Yeah, it's awesome. And the villain in that, Zero Wolf, is like one of the most menacing characters. He is so cool. He's huge. He's terrifying. And yeah, he is of singular purpose once it goes down.
Ooh, that movie, you know, it's amazing when movies can do that, when they can get you on the edge of your seat and keep you there the entire movie where you're like, adrenaline is just like going and it doesn't stop. I could not believe that movie. It never slowed down. It was just, and it was all subtitles. And you know how hard it is to like concentrate on a movie with subtitles, especially these days.
Tell me about how hard it is. Tell me about your ADD, please.
It's so hard, especially with the phone next to you. But like, I swear I never looked at my phone. I was just like constantly on the screen the entire time. What a great movie that was.
Yeah, no, Mel is wildly talented, wildly entertaining. And again, like, I know he said all of the naughty things about all of the protected groups. I got it. I don't care. Like, I never cared about any of that stuff. Because if I have to judge Mel Gibson by that, then I have to judge all of the liberals in Hollywood by all the stupid bullshit that they say. And trust me, they don't want that because what they say is at least as offensive. They just don't use slurs to say it.
Well, I think that brings me to what I think we should close on. I am dying to get your live reaction to this clip.
Oh my God, what is this going to be?
There is something about this that makes me, I couldn't stop laughing after watching it. And it makes me, it doesn't even matter what's being said. There's something really wonderful about saying the thing you're not supposed to say.
Okay.
And just, you know, and just throwing it to the wind anyway, and just not caring. And this is it.
Who's in this clip?
Hold on. It's Kanye.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's do it.
All right, hold on. I gotta go back to the beginning.
Blacks are overrepresented in violent crime. But when you meet an individual black person, you don't apply that. You start with a fresh slate every time you meet someone. Do you do that with Jews? Nope. This intervention isn't going very well.
Holy shit.
You know, blacks
This
are
intervention is not going very well. This intervention is not going very well. Oh.
Nope.
Nope. No hesitation. No hesitation. No, nothing. Just.
I love how was that Gavin?
Yes.
McGinnis? Yeah. I love how he's like, but when you meet an individual black person, it's like, come on, Gavin.
It's just, you know, there's something really great about someone who has lost all fucks. Like someone who has, it doesn't matter what it is. Like he's just out there telling you what he thinks.
Mm-hmm.
And it's that thing you're not supposed to say. It's like the guy who was on talking about Balenciaga on the news, and he pulled his earpiece out because somebody was screaming in his ear saying, don't say this, don't say this. And he pulled his earpiece out and he said it anyway. It's like, it is this freedom that comes when you don't give a shit anymore. And why should we give a shit anymore? I mean, who cares what Kanye says about whatever protected group there is out there? Like Kanye, he really
Just
doesn't
don't
have
vote for him.
Yeah, right. And what is the power everyone's afraid of that he has?
I have no idea. Like he's gonna make shoes. No, watch out! Your kids might wear them. If they put them on, they'll hate Jews. It doesn't make sense. And by the way, if putting on the shoes of a Jew hater made you hate Jews, everybody would hate Jews. Like it's like the people who make this stuff that we buy all the time are horrific monsters with regularity. And like we just pretend that they're not. It's like, well, I haven't heard them be monsters. They must not be. No, they are. they're just because they're just people, and people have prejudices. They have bad moments. They have bad takes. They have traumas. They have all sorts of things that filter into them that make them what they are. And it's not particularly unique in the grand scheme of things. It's an actuarial process. Like, sure, each person's experience is unique to them, but all these experiences are aggregable into various categories. And if you grew up in a place where you were traumatized by a specific racial group, maybe it's whites, by the way, maybe it's maybe you lived in the South in 1957 and you watched your parents be spit on, and you watched your dad get beaten for something that he didn't do by the police, or you watch all this. Guess what? You probably develop some racial animosity towards white people, or towards you develop a bias against police or something. And that's going to be there. That goes in all directions. It doesn't, and we've got to just stop fucking worrying about it, because it's just part of life. You don't get to deprogram all of that stuff that happens to you. It takes phenomenal amounts of therapy to get there. And that's only if you take care of everything else in your life first, because you're not going to get rid of this stuff, because it doesn't impact your day to day for most people.
It doesn't. Nick, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so much. You've done so many nice things for me, especially being here today and letting me hold you hostage for 4.5 hours.
This is not a hostage situation at all. I've had a blast.
And if you will stick around just for a couple minutes, I promised producer Laura she would get to say hello to you, because she doesn't want to do it live on the stream.
Absolutely.
But everybody, Nick is going to be, what are you doing tomorrow? What's your schedule? Are you streaming tonight?
Streaming tonight. I'm not 100% sure not 100% sure the subjects tonight. Probably Ethan Van Sciver's lawsuits. There's some other stuff, or I might have Danny on because she ran for the district attorney in, I think, Salt Lake City. She did not win, but she put up a very good showing. But we have several subjects that to discuss. So I might have her on tonight, because I think she said she's available. I got to check with her. And then tomorrow, yes, is my birthday stream, which will be just a bunch of friends I'm going to invite on, and we're going to just, have a good time laughing and smiling and reminding the world that is an okay thing to do. It's fine. You can be happy. You don't have to be mad about something all the time. You don't have to have an issue all the time. You could just like live and find some joy and contentment. And the way I like to do that, well, there's several, but one of my favorites is to just hang around with friends and laugh and drink and smile. So
it's going to be great. I can't wait for that. It's going to be so fun. So you guys, don't forget, if you are not signed up on Locals to Nick's channel on Locals, you need to go over there and do that. Mine too. It's rekietalaw.locals.com. I'm at meganfox.locals.com. And for the rest of this month, you can still get my Locals for $3 a month. And you can even get it for the whole year, and you get access to movie nights too. And that's coming up soon. We're doing more of that. We're watching Harry and Meghan. It's going to be hilarious. So you guys take care. Have a wonderful day. Thanks for being here, especially all you new people who came here just to see Nick. And I appreciate you.
If you guys are on Rumble and YouTube, make sure you subscribe to Megan Fox. Get medium smart commentary at your fingertips. No, but and honestly, also make sure you check out her writing on PJ Media. You will not find sharper writing on the internet.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. And I will be back here. When will I be back? I guess you'll just find me on Nick's stream. I probably won't be back this week, maybe Friday for a wrap up. And that's about that. So we will, I'll see you then on Friday and Thursday night on Nick's stream, but you guys take care. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks, Nick.
my world is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices. Oh, and my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say. No, I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say goodbye. This time I know my road is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices. And my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye.